really can't. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is about Wednesdays. Just can't bring myself to do bins on a Wednesday. Damn it. I need to do my bins. I haven't even got anywhere near to put in them. Well, I have. I just haven't packaged it up. Bollocks. It's blue bin day, so it's recycle. It's not stinky bin day. It's recycle day. Pants. Pants. And there's no way that's going to happen. Even if I walked away now, it's not going to happen. Let's truly be honest. So, here we find ourselves. So, let me show you what I did a bit today. I did something today. I added a bit more to my hexagon I finished off that row, and I've put the purpley ones in at the edges to remind me where the edges are, because that's a good thing to do. But I have remembered, for those who are not here to tell me, I have remembered that as of last night we had discovered a faux pas. We had discovered that Liz is a bit of a douche, and that's fine. Very much, all the time. But we discovered that back here I had not done the twisting like we were supposed to. So we're going to have to undo a little bit. Now, I was trying to work out how much, and the answer is, thankfully, not as much as it looks. So, although it is all the way back here, it's not like we've got to undo too much of this. We do have to undo this row here, which we will do. We have to undo these because I need to take all three of these back, because these are the three legs. Well, they're not, but this one is the top leg. The others are over there. So if we undo this one. This was what I worked out anyway. I could be wrong. So we're about to find out. But this is what I worked out we'd need to undo. We need to undo this because we need to undo this spider and this spider. Which is a lot of work, because spiders are, frankly, a reasonable amount of effort. Because there's a lot of stitches in not a lot of space. But they can all go back in a stick, because we don't need any of you for this surgery. But I did promise you that because this is the real deal, if we spot mistakes that we can fix, we are going to try and fix them. And this is where we're at. So, some of you are also unnecessary, because you can go in that one to make up this. It's a 7. There we go. And then we undo this one. And we don't need you either. So let's try and pop you a little more outline. I don't really want to be outline, do you? I don't really want to stick a pinhole in my lovely leather thingy. See, I know what I could do. I'm being a doof. I told you, it's definitely the day for it. Because of course what I can do is use the other end. Because, well, that's why it's got holes at both ends, isn't it? Where's the other hole? It's around here somewhere. There it is. So I pin you up over here somewhere. Alright, get you out the way quite a lot. Right, so that's this then. We undo the tying down of these spider legs, because, well, we need to undo this spider, so we need to undo this. It is such a shame that my pin picking finger has lost now, so that's that undone. Now we need to undo the twisty twisties. So we need the other one at you. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we need to. No, what did I say? Just piss off. Stick you up there like that, right? Right. Doesn't really matter which way you go when you're doing these, you'll end up, you know, back where they started. Doesn't actually matter as long as you undo all of them. No, that's not that one. Well, that takes that pin out. So we do it again. Right, that's you dealt with for a minute. Because we don't need to undo this one, even though we want to work on this one back here. Not that you can see actually. Can I go up a little bit? Okay. So even though if I get a coloured, there's a blue pin here. If I use my blue ball head, this is the area we're trying to work in. We don't need to undo this one, because we're only needing to twist these legs. We don't need to undo this. We don't have to undo all this section, which I really thought we might have to originally. We only actually need to undo this little triangle here. And well, that's a lot easier than it sounds. Well, yeah, there's still effort in it, but it's only this triangle. So let's undo this. So it's not as far back as it looks, which is a bit of a relief, frankly. That was not the pin I wanted. That was the pin I wanted. Oh, I've done a pin too early. It's just as well I'm undoing it all. So that makes that easier to undo. Right, go next. And then we do this again. That's 2 pins, as always. Liz and the 2-pin problem. I could just pull all the pins out, but that would make it harder to tell, because it would turn into a big scaly mess, wouldn't it? No, my luck's let's not. Unfortunately, we do have to undo this spider here, but it's only the one. Only one more. So it's only a chunk. So 1, 2, 3, 1. That's the, does it feel right? 2. No, it's not right. It's you. Your. Sure, that's good. See if I find it. Yeah, it's very awkward having less than nail, because obviously it's not nailed to the end of the skin, so that's what happens when idiots like me manage to break a finger on a piece of very thick plastic. Still don't quite know how I managed that. Well, I do, because well, obviously I was there and I saw what I did, but I've never understood nails. They can endure the hardest of things and then will break at the merest nothing on other occasions. And it's like... So what I was doing because it's a bit like this, but it's got a finger lip in it. So all I was doing was lifting the box, and obviously as I did that, it caught on the side of my nail and ripped off my nail off. So there's a little bit of you going, really? Really? Was that the best you could master? And the answer obviously was yes. And should have been no. Because at my age you'd think you know better. Too far. Right. So you and I now we just need to get to the top of this bit of triangle. She says as if it was, as I say, is with that kind of hair. Oh, that's nothing. As I say, it's not hard, it's just doing it. And as we all know, this is where you seem to make more mistakes, because when you go to undo it and it doesn't undo, you're kind of like there. You're kind of left wondering, why not? Why can't I see? Why not? Okay. Suggesting I made a mistake because it didn't undo the way it should. So, like that. Maybe I'm missing a twist. Is that what's wrong with it? I didn't fully untwist it all. So, could be what's wrong with it. Yeah, that was what's wrong with it. I didn't untwist it. So this is the first one of these that I arguably should twist, because as you can see, these should be twisted, and they are not. So, you know, as I said, it's not as far back as it looked like it was last night, which is hugely relieving, because it means it's not going to take all night to fix it. Still takes time, of course. You seem to have too many twists on you then. Obviously I've got to work this triangle up to get. I'll just take the pin out, I didn't mean to, but well, it's not that I didn't mean, well, it's not that I don't need it gone, because I do need it gone, but I wasn't ready to take it out. That's not accurate. So there's 3 of them. And there's number 4. I do need all of them, so I do. That's not right. That was the one that I needed to undo. So, yeah, nearly that. Now I can. Don't necessarily want to take you out, so let's leave you in for a minute, because I've got a feeling this is enough. It should be. There. Now, these were the ones I didn't twist, so that didn't take so long. 15 minutes. See, not as bad as it looked. Not as bad as it looked, which is a good thing. We like that. So now we twist them. Like that, and then we redo it all. Yay! Let's see if we can not screw it up this time. I mean, we'll definitely screw it up. That's very much a Liz thing to do. Screw it up in a whole new and exciting way. So this needs 1, 2. Just check it, because when you undo things, it's always worth checking the state of plate. So, right, get back to here. You're still two together, so. It reminds me. Did I? Pin, stick it in the hair. Get back to here, last leg. Did I double twist that? No, I don't remember. Terrible. No, I didn't. Twist. Just as well I thought to look. I mean, it won't kill me if it's wrong. I'd rather get it right. So, you go over there a little bit. You should all have lots of twists. I'm not sure you do. Actually, you think you do. Yeah, you seem to have lots of twists, so that's good. So now we can do you. Looks a bit better. Yeah, looks a lot better. Still looks a little bit weird at the back, but it's twisted all right, so it just looks a little bit weird. It looks like it's got a bit of a V shape on it, so if I zoom in and go up here, for example, it doesn't want to zoom up anymore. Okay, let's bring it down. It doesn't really show on there so much. Yes, it does. She says, looking really hard. Let me get another pointy stick. Pointy stick. If you look right at the top here, there's a little Y shape where it's not kind of sitting the same. If I do that, it looks perfectly good. So it's close enough. We know it's twisted now. Oh, I've just seen another one. Oh, fuck me. Now this one would be harder to fix. This one may have to go into the testaments of fuck-ups. Where is it? This one. Now, if it was the bottom of here, it'd be alright, but I'd have to undo all of this because it's at the top. Let me quickly check. Actually, yeah, I'd have to do that because it... No, hang on. Where is it? It's there. Yeah, that pin feeds into it, so I'd have to undo at least the bottom half of this. That starts getting a lot. But that one doesn't show as bad as the other one did, because they are at least twisted. Not twist a lot, but they are at least twisted. shows you how bad. When you need to pay attention, it does show you that when you haven't. And as I said, it's really weird because when you do this, you know what you're doing. I mean, I know that there need to be 3 twists before and after on each of these sides on the snake spiders, right? I know that normally there's, you know, 1 twist between everything on each of the ground stitches. I know that there is 2 twists on this right hand side to make the edge. I know that there is, you know, for these ones you have 3 things going in, so there are 3 twists. For the other one I do 2 twists, and obviously you then work the thing as a whole, so you work as the pairs, and yet I managed to fuck it up, and I kind of almost don't see how. I clearly do, but I don't kind of see how I can make that level of mistake without kind of noticing that I'm doing it wrong, you know? Because I know what I'm doing. Well, I know what I'm intending to do. So I think some of it, and I proved this to myself in the past, is if I get disrupted by weird length bobbins, so I need to roll my bobbins up, I know that that can sometimes confuse me, and because I then stop what I'm doing in the middle of doing it, because let's say one of these, the hitch has gone and it's run doing, if I then do it, well, where was I? Because I got distracted by the thing. So I do think, I'm not going to say that that's a good excuse, but I do think that is part of the excuse as to why. And why don't I just undo the bit that I did and see where I got up to? I mean, because at the time I'm confident I knew where I was up to, but apparently I was wrong. So which just goes to prove it's I've got to pay more attention. I really do. Yes. Hey Bailey, good to see you. I remember to fix this side. Guess what? I fixed this side because I only had to undo that spider and this triangle. Turned out not to be quite as dramatically bad as I thought. Guess what? Bet you can never guess. And if you didn't guess, shame on you. Now, well, so I fixed that one fuck up, which was that, let me get a pokey stick. We used the little blue ball because it's quite good for this. So, because zooming in, it doesn't allow me to go up much. So, there was a problem on this little bit here where my pin is, where the blue ball is. That I hadn't twisted any of the legs coming off, and they looked really, really bad. So I zoomed in because, well, you can look, zoom in, and this is as high as it goes. But there you go. So I had not done these legs, but guess what? Guess what, Bailey? Look here. Look where my little blue ball is, and then look at the legs just above it. They're not twisted properly. Fuck. So the question is, in the efforts, we were going to try really hard not to screw up, which I really thought I was doing quite well at. Makes me wonder how many more of them I've got wrong, because of course I don't know what's in the big pile of wound up stuff at the top. But that's something we can do actually. Let me get my cloth of covering. Actually, now's possibly not the best time to be doing it, but yeah, that's fine. I was only saying that because of where the scroll is compared to the pins. But as long as they're all covered, I can roll this down here like this, and we can see there is my lace. So let's look at this end, because I can look at it without over the glasses. It's a couple of less tense threads than they should be. It's a bit wonky looking there, but I think it's just the way it's rolled up on itself. This looks like it's pulled a bit tight. There's some bits that look like they've pulled a bit tight because it's got a bit of a straight line look to it, and well, there shouldn't be any straight lines. There should all be diagonal lines. So there's because this bit's gone. As you can see, these ones have gone a little bit funny shape. They're a little bit less thing, but that's what we've made so far. And well, that's fucked up. This doesn't look right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yeah, that looks a bit close. That looks a bit strange. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's a fuck up. It just looks a bit close between these two. And normally there's a bit more of a gap. But it might be something that would, you know, move a little. No, doesn't seem to. Because sometimes, much like anything, if you... It could, because there are no knots, there's nothing actually holding it together. It's just twists and prayers, frankly. Yeah, there's probably a lack of a twist there. It looks a little bit weird. But as a general rule, because it is not knotted and whatever, it's the threads can move, so you can kind of adjust them slightly afterwards. So let's roll it back up like that and put the pins back in. But it's nice to see it laid out, because obviously with it rolled up it's a little less easy to see how much you've done. Even though I know I've done a sheet of A4, it's just a sheet of A4. It's and much as I get to the bottom of this sheet of A4, it'll be another sheet of A4, and it'll look the same when I get to the third sheet of A4. So with that in mind, obviously the pile on the twiddly thing will grow, but it's hard to see and appreciate how much of it you've actually done, even though I've been counting the inches. So it's nice to see it rolled out and have a bit of a look. I didn't see I saw some things that didn't quite look like they were sitting right, but they may not be actually wrong, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but because of the way lace making works, you know, if you cross two threads, I mean, if I cross these two threads and they cross down here, they don't look crossed, they still look not crossed. So, you know, occasionally you can move it around a bit and retension it a bit and sort it out a bit. So, I mean, I do think it's going to be a pretty fragile and very, I won't say delicate, but fragile's not really the right word. Fussy. It's going to be really fussy about being handled and washed. I do agree with that. I think it's going to be very fussy to be handled and washed in the long run. But at the same time, that's the way life is. So you've got twists, that's fine. You have twists because we undid you earlier, so I don't need to do them. That's good. So we can redo this one. And then the next one. So how's Bailey today? I was late streaming because I was talking to my co-worker. Because it turns out they're now trying to kind of expect him to answer things about my job, which he's never done. And as he said to me, you know, we've said quite a few times, it feels sometimes that it's just me and him doing all the work. And of course now it's only him. So I went, well, that's all right. When you were on holiday, I felt the same. So, you know, But, of course, I knew he was on holiday, whereas technically I'm 6, so it is a little bit different. He seems to think I won't be back at work till next year. I mean, that seems a little bit far-fetched at the moment, but, you know, I'm not going to say it can't happen, but I'm not so sure my employer will be very impressed with that. Oh no, I hate stuff like that. I mean, I get it all the time. You wake up and someone's had, and I call it the ivory tower syndrome. So someone somewhere higher up has had this great thought, and in principle on a piece of paper it's not necessarily a wrong thought, it really isn't. But in practice, all it means is the real minions at the bottom of the pile now having a monumental pile of shit to get through, and somebody else's pile of shit to get through, because Mr. Bigwig thought it would be a really great plan. Now, example in IT terms of one of the ivory tower kind of scenarios is not one that I've actually seen happen, which is why I use it, because then it is a fictitious but understandable example. So I work in IT, so although I don't do the change password kind of level of IT, some poor bugger has to, but let's say you work on the help desk and you've got 20 people working under you doing the help desk, answering questions, changing passwords, doing all the basic shit like that. Great. Man in Ivory Tower goes, we get lots of tickets. I want to understand more about our tickets. That is a good thing to do. We want to understand, is there repeat business? Is there something we can avoid? Those are all great thoughts. Absolutely. Not going to deny a single part of that. So man decides that every Friday, a team of a few of them are going to not do tickets, so now there's going to be more tickets for everyone else to do, and they're going to review the tickets done that week. Well, depending on the ticket, a man can do 500-600 tickets a week. To review them potentially can take as long as doing them in some situations. So it can take as long to review a change password as it would to do it. Obviously if you see change password, you don't have to spend any more time on it. But in principle, it's kind of the same deal. Well then, so you're now trying to fit 5 days worth of four days worth of reviews into one day by only a handful of people. Well, really you need more people. So if you take more people off tickets, well then there aren't really any tickets getting done on a Friday. So now you need more people in general doing tickets, but then there are more tickets to review. And it's not wrong to want to review the tickets, but you almost end up in a scenario where you have the team doing the tickets and the team reviewing the tickets, because they're almost constantly having to review the tickets because it takes nearly as long to review the tickets as it does to do the tickets. So now you've got a team of doers and a team of reviewers, but the team of reviewers must be capable of doing the ticket to be sure that the right actions were taken and decide whether or not they were avoidable, or whether or not something can be put in place to change that happening. Well, now you've got twice as many people, but no more work's getting done. So, this is my kind of ivory tower example, is that the ivory tower idea was fundamentally, absolutely the right idea. Truly was. But in practice, it doesn't work. And it's one of those, but it should work. It's like the fact that the bumblebee should never fly. Theoretically, there is no way that bumblebee should be able to fly, but it does. And it is the ivory tower syndrome in that man has had an idea. It is a good idea. It is absolutely a good idea. Most people would agree with him. It is a good idea. But you can't do it because it's a stupid idea, because it doesn't work. It's like having, different shaped wheels. It's like, there are things that, in theory should work perfectly well, but somehow don't. And And that, of course, is the other problem, is that the changeover, unless they announce it to everybody, which they often don't overly announce many changes, they might mutter that there's going to be a change, or that there is a change, but not really what it is and how it affects everybody. You've got all the people who still try and do the old way, even though there's a new way now. Or you've got to get approval for this, and they haven't got approval for this, but they need it now because, well, the world's going to end. And you know, it just adds more work to everybody. And the people who needed it are more frustrated because, well, they haven't got it. And it just seems too common that we find ourselves in a situation where it wasn't a bad idea. Whatever it was not necessarily on paper a bad idea, but in practice it doesn't work. And you know, yes, somewhere out there's probably someone who made it work, and well, hats off to them, all right? But in the real world, maybe in the company you're in, or with the other things that are around as part of that. Why is that pin so low? That was far too low. There we go. It is not a practical answer. And, you know, they've doubled your work, and today you're having to do 3 times as much because you had to do the previous people's bit because they didn't do their bit, so you could do your bit. We get a lot of that. We had a team, which reminds me, I must ask someone what happened about that. We had a team who were having problems. And instantly it was, can our team fix it? Or fix what? Well, when this happens, this happens. You know, if we wait this long, this time's out. Okay, but our system doesn't do that. We don't provide any of that. So that sounds like a you problem, honey. Yes, but it must be you thing because it makes them log in. Well, not necessarily. Lots of things can make that happen. And when one of the guys asked my help on it, and it was like, that's great. Yes, we can look into it, and we did look into it. But all we could see was their logs showing that after a period of time, it said go off and get a password. Well, it doesn't tell me why it said to go off and get a password, only that it's not valid anymore. It must get a password. All of the timeouts say that from our end, say, you know, many hours, and this is not those many hours. So something else is overriding it. I don't know. Not an us thing. We can't, you know, and it only happens to you. So sounds like a you thing, honey. Have you looked into it? They hadn't looked into it at all. They're just waiting for us to fix it. We get that a lot sometimes, is that, you know, my thing isn't working. Oh, so what's the error? Don't know. Well, what did you find? I haven't looked at it. Well, have you decided it's an us problem if your stuff isn't working? You know, my server says it's up, so, and it hasn't rebooted, so it's not died and rebooted or anything like that. So what entirely makes you think it's a me problem, you know? But as I understand it, I'm going to be in the shit when I go back to work, so I'm not looking forward to that. Because although I did document loads of stuff, I happen to know that the folder it was all in is empty, and I didn't empty it. If they've deleted my documentation, don't be mad at me if you can't do it. They are, apparently. Seems to be a bit of a stink on, which doesn't help. see much about that if they've deleted it. I also can't help that if in 10 months this is the first they've bothered to look into it, so I haven't done it before, I can't really do much about that either. I mean, I knew that was the case because they haven't done any tickets, so. But at the same time, I can't make them do tickets. They don't report to me. I did have some success when my manager was off and he left me in charge. I got them doing some freaking tickets for the first time. Because lots of people were off and it was like, well, so-and-so's off, who's picking this one up? Who's going to have a go at doing this? Well, I haven't got confidence. Well, you won't if you don't try. Have a go. It's the worst that can happen. Give it a go. No worries. I know that food feeling. Put some of you back in a stick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In a stick. You moved. I felt you. So, knowing that before, I struggled with the triangles, and we are only just over a quarter way through the first strip. And obviously this has taken longer than I kind of hoped, because we know that half a strip is roughly the equivalent to half a square. Well, we know that it's a bit more than that, but because otherwise there wouldn't be just 7 of them. But let's try and think. We only really need 6, which is why there were 3 squares across. We know there were originally going to be 9, and now there's 4. So that's 2.25 squares per quarter strip. No. Brain farts. So if we're going to be 9, it's now 4. Yeah, 2.25 squares per strip. So we've done a square and a quarter in the time we've done 1/4 of the thing, right? Which is quite a lot when you think about it, because the squares used to take me a month. So although I say we've done 2.25 squares, we haven't, because we're only doing half as wide. So we've already done a square and a bit. Now, it hasn't taken me a month, I don't think. Pretty sure it hasn't taken me a month. Let me look on YouTube and see how long it has actually taken. When did we start? Because I know I've taken a few days off recently, because I know that I've been slacking. The prickening. 15th of August, so 2 weeks. Oh, fuck off, spam bots. Hopefully a spam bot to go who will die very shortly. Yeah. The lifespan shorter than a goldfish's attention. spam bot is dead. Right. You're longer than you should be. So let's go back over here and kind of chunk you out a little bit. Time for some drink. Doesn't look quite right. They look twisted together. Don't think they are. Let me just close. Let me do that a sec. Remove this. That's one. That's two. No, they are separate. See. So it's not. It is my. It's just the way they're lying. That's fine. In which case we can ignore it. It's not a fundamental mistake. It's just life spitting in my face. Reminds me actually, I need to quickly go off mooching on websites a sec. Let me look on Amazon first. I don't really want to buy it. Why can't I watch it for free? There's nothing more annoying than a series you watched like 10 years ago and Amazon seemed to think you should buy it. And I'm not paying 25 quid a season when there's 4 frigging seasons. I mean, 30 quid! Season 3 for some reason is 30 quid. Oh, and they don't have season 4, even though it actually originally said they can show season 4 because they can't now. So clearly Amazon suck. I wonder if it's on Netflix. Doubt it though. You never know. It's always worth a check. they don't have it. So it's not on Netflix. I might be able to watch it on Paramount. Hang on. Apparently not. It says, it's funny how the usual search of where can I watch this thing says Scorpion CBS. You can watch it on Paramount Plus. When I click on it, page 404 for not found. Fuck you. It was something that came up, funnily enough, in our team meeting yesterday, because someone had made a comment about something, and one of the episodes in Scorpion had actually defined exactly why we have something at work that you wouldn't think of, and it got me thinking, I really wouldn't mind watching that again. I really enjoyed it. But I am not paying that much. Where's my... I don't know why, but rather than use the browser on my computer, I do have a habit of using the one on my phone. So... let's see... it doesn't like the word book set. See, it's funny how I can buy the DVD for seasons 1 to 4 for £32, but series 3 to watch it through Amazon Prime is 30 quid. And it's 25 quid for season 1. Talk about a frigging rip-off. I was going to sleep. Well, I've ordered it so I can watch it at some point. I mean, I'm prepared to pay 32 quid for 4 seasons worth of episodes, but I'm not going to pay. Well, let's think about it. 25 for the first one. It was 19 quid for the next one, so that's 47. No, it's not. It's 44. 30, 74. And then you can't get the last season. So I'm not going to pay 74 quid to not watch the whole friggin' thing. That's for sure. So the words F and off come to mind for that one. Definitely not. Especially when you can. I think the thing that I have problem with that the most is that I pay for Amazon Prime. I then pay the extra to not have adverts, right? And so for it then to be that expensive to watch a series on something I've already paid like 60 something quid a year to watch feels a bit of a con. I mean, I know I've mentioned it before. I mean, you know, even there, Prime delivery, yeah, Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. So it's not next day. I don't get the option for same day. So nothing around here can be done same day. And I don't have a problem with not the same day. I really don't. But I do get slightly knocked that originally, when Prime came out, Prime was free next day delivery. And it was worth it. It was only 30 quid. It was really worth it then. Then they started introducing but it's got to be over 20 quid. You can only have it Prime if it's over 20 quid. Now, it wasn't if the item was over 20 quid, it was if your order added up to 20 quid, so that was fine, to an extent. But originally, it was, you know, if you found a 5p item on Amazon, you could have that next day free. And obviously that cost them a fair bit of money, so they changed it. But at no point did they really tell you that in advance, they just kind of slipped it in. And then obviously because they want, you know, Love Film, as it was originally, which is the Amazon Prime video, was not getting the love, they merged them together. So it then went from 30 quid a year, which is nothing, to 70 something quid a year. But now it's is it 90 or is it more than 90 now? I think it's more than 90. I think it's more than 90. Hang on. Hang on. £95. So it's now £95. And I don't per se have a problem with the fact that it's gone up, because, well, everything's gone up. But it's gone up, you know, and yet what I get for it is a lot less. Because obviously, originally, Amazon Prime didn't have ads on it. Or it did, but they were very few and far between. It was usually a, hey, you're watching a series about vampires. Well, we've got this other series about vampires. It was not really a, hey, buy new Daz. It'll make your whites whiter than white, right? And yeah, it just kind of, it knocks me off that if you're paying for something, you buy it because you subscribe to it, or pay for it every year, whichever way you like to think about it, because you get certain things, and then they strip away all the bits, leaving basically a pile of stuff that you're paying a lot of money for, but you're not really getting. Now, I'm not saying they don't add things to it that aren't useful to other people. So, you know, I know that with Amazon Prime, yes, that is a good one. That's nice. But doesn't really warrant a 95 quid pay packet. It's, but it is a good start, and I'm not going to disagree with that. I think I get most worked up about the Amazon Prime because it's no longer guaranteed next day. It's now just, quote, free delivery. Well, a friend of mine at work, he's a co-worker, but a friend of mine at work, he got quite vocal about his Amazon Prime, pretty much for the same reason. You know, he paid for it because it was free next day, and then it was not next day, and like Trevor and I, a number of times he clicks on free next day, and well, oh yes sir, now you've clicked it, actually it won't be till a week Wednesday. Because I've fallen for that a lot. I know, let's say, like the DVD I just bought, because obviously I bought the DVD at 32 quid versus 74, duh, right? I bought the DVD, and it's, you know, it says Friday. But if when I clicked it, it had gone, actually, no, it'll be next Tuesday. The number of times I've had that, the number of times I've clicked on something because it says, buy now, you've got 6 hours to buy it to get it tomorrow. Click. Actually, that'll be a week away. Well, hang on. You're advertising when I click on it, that if I click on it, I'll get it tomorrow for this price. The moment I've clicked on it and agreed to it, you've changed your mind. And you go back and it's still saying, buy now, click for tomorrow. And Trevor and I have had that a lot, because Trevor also buys a lot from Amazon. And I know other people have, because it's been a common conversation at work, is the number of times that you've gone to click on something from Amazon because it says, you know, buy now for deliver on Saturday, and then you go, great, that'll be in time for the party, or, you know, that'll be in time for so-and-so's birthday, or, and then, oh, actually, and the number of times, again, this could be where I live, this one, we get the, you know, ping in the morning, it's out for delivery. Excellent. Your driver will be with you between 12 and 1. Great. 11:45, your driver will be with you between 2 and 4. Yeah, okay. Nearer 3:30, your driver will be with you before 8 p.m. Okay. 8 p.m. Oh, there's been a delay in your order. I don't mind that there's a delay. What I do mind is not knowing why. Because it just feels like you couldn't be asked. And when you're paid, you know, you're paying with the expectation of getting tomorrow, well, you should get it tomorrow. And, you know, yes, life happens and things happen, and I do totally respect that that's a thing. But surely you can't just go, yeah, fuck it, and not do it. Surely you should have to say, you know, due to an accident or due to bad weather, or, I mean, even if it's a bit of a fob off, you'd feel better about, nah, didn't manage it, because, you know, it comes over as, you know, it got loaded on their van at 10 o'clock in the morning. So, well, where have you been? Because you actually only have so many hours worth of deliveries expected of you per van load. So, how come you didn't get round to it? Why not? Were you too busy off searching through the packages to find out if there was anything worth nicking? One man was wagging his tail so hard in his sleep. I love it when they do that. Big smackety waggety tails in their sleep. And it's like, that must be a good thought. And given that they only had 3 months of life before they were here, and the 3 months of life were not overly pleasant, I'd like to think that most of their good memories are about me, or at least things here. So it's nice, which is part of the reason I always worry when they have kind of like dog mares. Now, we don't know for a fact that they're having nightmares. They could be chasing things, playing, and then we assume that they're having nightmares because they kind of go oof, oof, oof and sound distressed. But it just could be, because we all know that dreams are not real time, that tail's going again. It could just be that they were having fun and they were kind of yipping with joy, for want of a better word, but it's not how it comes out our end because it's not in real speed, I hope they don't have. I mean, I always worry that they might have nightmares because I don't want to think of them being distressed, to be honest. I mean, obviously, since I've had them, they did have that time when I was in hospital unexpectedly, and they kind of had to live in the garage for a few days, and I'm not going to pretend that that was probably the best time of their life. I mean, my garage is not a hideous place to be. In fact, it's a bit suave for staying in. It's got rubberized floor, and there's a radio, and there's, all this kind of shit. So from that point of view, it's not a huge hardship. It is, so it's not cold in winter. It's kind of cool in summer because it's not really got anything to it. It's just the windows in there don't get any sun, so it's quite cool in summer. It's got dog toys, blankets, basket, bit of carpet in a. I've got some rugs in there, so they've got carpet to sit on, so they don't have to actually sit on the thing. But also, if they pee on it, should they feel the burning need, or poop on it, you can just hose it down. So it is kind of, it is quite nice in there, as I say. And I've got a camera, so I keep an eye on them. So with all that in mind, it is not a bad place for a doggy to be, but it is not the same as sleeping in my bed. I'm going to agree to that. I mean, I wouldn't choose to sleep in it by choice, but if needs must, needs must. So it's not a horrible place. It's not like you lock them in the downstairs toilet or something. They had lots of room because it's a double garage, so there's plenty of space to get away from your brother or sister. There's, as I say, there's some music to listen to, and it seems to be stuff that they're used to listening to, so it's kind of familiar feeling, and all of those kind of moments. So, as I say, I'm not going to pretend that it's the best place to be, but there's certainly worse places to be. Just because of where it is. It's where they go when I have to go out anywhere. So it's not like they're not used to going in there. I mean, obviously I don't go out a huge amount, so because they arrived kind of later COVID, I've continued the ways of COVID, frankly, and my hermititis, because I loved COVID. Not having COVID, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't love having COVID, but I loved the principle of staying in and not going out and avoiding everybody, and I kind of was up for that. I really quite enjoyed that. So, it is, they haven't had a huge amount of practice, but at the same time, they also do know it's not a bad place. It's not got bad memories per se associated with it. It's just not the same as staying in my bed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, they had a few days living in there, but my neighbours came over throughout the day, and were here a lot, to be honest. Couldn't ask for better. When I say here a lot, they either came every hour for about 10-15 minutes, or they came and spent an hour with them, playing with them in the garden, you know, so they could enjoy times and chase the ball, and obviously they fed them, they watered them, you know, hugged them a lot. So, you know, they really didn't want for a lot when I wasn't here. The only thing they didn't really have was me. So, you know, fair's fair. They very much had people to talk to and see and play with them and hug them, and you know, it's not like it was a single dog on their own either. They had each other, which is always a good thing, because you know, that does count. You know, then, you know, so they were never alone on their own, wondering, well, where the rest of the world had gone. Floating in with Coke. So yeah, as I say, it probably wasn't the best of times, but it wasn't the worst of times. But certainly where they were when they were in a kennel was a much more the worst of times. So when they were in the dog shelter in Romania, that was not a good time, and I'm not going to pretend that that was even remotely a good time. Not from the scars on them when they got here, and not how they got here, of course. That was horrendous. I can't believe anyone thought that was a good idea, especially coming from a dog charity. That was horrendous, and they are traumatised from it. They have the equivalent of PTSD of that. I know it sounds a bit like a joke, but it's not. They truly were utterly traumatised, because they spent 72 hours in a van. I think it was possibly longer than that. Yeah, 3 days in a van. 3 days in a van with never getting out. Now, so that meant, because they were there was 3 rows of crates, the guy on top weeing and pooping on their heads. I know they got fed and stuff, it's not like they weren't fed, and they weren't watered, but at the same time, it's not like they got out at every, you know, they let each one out for a few minutes at each pit stop so that the dog could pee on a bit of grass. No, 72 hours in a cage, and because there were 2 of them, they were in the same cage, and the cages weren't very big. Now, admittedly, they were a lot smaller, so, you know, but they were in a cage, and now they will not go in anywhere near a cage. They scream, and I do mean scream. It's not make a lot of noise, it's scream. And it is a problem, because, you know, when they had to go to the vets to be neutered, because I was not having little puppies. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd love little puppies, but it's not really, I couldn't really justify having puppies, and inbred puppies definitely not. So, you know, much as I wouldn't, the part of me who loves puppies would love puppies, it's not a very practical solution. So, but they went in, and I put them in together, which, you know, a bit like when I had my wisdom teeth done. It was you do them both together or you don't get to do them, because they're not going to want to be apart, because they've never been apart. So they took them and put them in the cage. They were done first, and almost the instant they were done, I got a phone call, you need to come and get them. And as I pulled in the drive into the car park, I could hear them screaming. They wanted out. And they kind of went, is the little one, you know, has he had some kind of trauma to do with doors? No. Why? He's absolutely scared of the door. I've never been scared of a door for me. But yeah, he was, maybe they nipped his tail when they were closing, you know, shut his tail in the door, and someone didn't tell anyone, because he was really scared of that door. I do know, for example, when I went into hospital to be fixed from the first time I was in hospital, Amy now won't go in my ensuite bathroom. Don't know what it is about it. She won't go in there. And that's got to be 3 years now? No, it's going to be more than that. Can't be. My co-worker said he was signed off, not last year, the year before. I'm really sure it was last year. Because you know how time sometimes never seems to add up when you try and look back through the years? They don't seem to add up properly. I'm really sure it was last year. He did his thing, and I was the year before. Oh. Yeah, I don't remember having... Because I haven't had that many checkups, so... I'm sure his thing was last year. I'm sure it was the middle of last year. What else? wonder what that is. Bear with me a sec. Whatever. Right, sorry about that. So, you could do with a bit more space. Actually, before we do that, let's do the extra one of these. Let's do the extra one of this to finish this off, because that's always the plan. And then really can't explain how having no nail on this finger really has screwed up my brain cells when it comes to making lace. Because I can't, it feels different when I pick up. Oh! Hello! Hello, hello! Wow. Well, hello! Hopefully you didn't just walk straight into the ads. It's easily done. It's easily done. Hopefully you're not all now drowning in adverts, because that would be really cruel. Yeah, hopefully you're not all in the middle of an advert, because that would be really unfortunate. Twitch is, I always have that luck when I change into someone's stream, is that I walk straight into their advert break. It should be illegal. Let's put some few in here. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you very much. A few over there. And we need some of you. But not you. So, you have to Yes, thank you very much for being. Spiced Chaos is a very good description for it, because technically there are no knots. You only ever twist a thread with another thread. This particular motif here that I'm about to do, well, I'll do later, either today or tomorrow, depending on how well I do. I do work some of these pairs as if they were a single bobbin, so I will move them around as a pair. But next to 90% of this is very much done on a string by string basis. So string A plays with string B. Now we do tend to work in pairs, but we only because we've got two hands, really, I think is the short answer. So like here, I actually work with 4 bobbins. You play with the 4, you then move to the next one, you go to the next one. Now, I do have a little bit of a cheeky kind of answer, because technically I should do that and then move to the next one. I don't do that. I have a bit of a cheat's way, because this stitch is going to be used all the way across. There are a lot of times more hands would be helpful. And also, if any of you live alone, there are times where you might be able to persuade your friends to come and assist you with your crafting exploits. Maybe once, a couple of them, maybe even twice. But not as much as you actually really could need them for. So I also do lots of other things. I am on a bit of a lace kick, but my other things aren't so easy to stream. So I only tend to do lacing on stream. But I do weaving, and setting up your loom is a heck of a lot easier if there's more than one of you. And it is for things like that that you kind of wish sometimes that you could involve your friends. But friends are only going to want to hold a ball of yarn for so much, or hang on to the end of it while you wind it on a stick. Because, well, if it's not their bag, then, well, and a loom the size of a Land Rover is hardly portable. So that's not really a thing. And so you end up working out ways of doing a lot of these things yourself. And more hands, frankly, really would be a really good plan. So, you know, going living near Chernobyl, growing an extra arm, that would be quite, you know, if I could have an extra pair of arms, maybe, that would be really good. Make this a lot quicker. But I have a cheats way of doing my cloth stitch, which basically ends up with undery ovary, right? It makes cloth like you would as a weaver in plain weave. And knowing that, so that you have, if this one goes over, it will go under the next one. Well, and then the one that follow it will go under the first one and over the next one, so that you end up with one going over and one going under and one going under and one going over. You can cheat and just go under, over until you come out the other end. And this does speed this bit up quite a lot. Because if you do it the way that they designed, moving 2 from one side to the other takes 4 moves. 3 moves, right? Doing it my way, you perpetually move. So you have 1 at the start, but then you've already completed the first one, but you're halfway through the next one. Because when you move on, you do a cross at the end of the old one and a cross at the beginning of the next one. So as long as you keep going, it works out. And if you're doing a really big area, it really does make a lot of a difference. Now this one should be somewhere more helpful. So this would suggest a mistake has been made. So we will go back. And this often happens when talking. I'm sure we all know this. When you're talking, you don't pay as much attention as you should have done. Excuse you! That was my dog, by the way, not me. You alright, old man? There was no puke, do not fear. I just started in the wrong place, that's what it was. He's very prone to that. He has a tendency to puke if he eats or drinks too fast, so he does tend to have a habit of making retching noises. Let me introduce my doggies. Yeah, I have a really, really big old loom. I have a drawer loom, and it is literally the size of an old Land Rover. So let me introduce my two doggies. Hang on. I'm not actually going away, but it's on my Be Right Back screen. So let me introduce my two doggies. So, the black one who made the retching noise, he's called Rory. And his little crackhead sister is called Amy, aren't you? Rory's got up now. I am now, of course, being mauled. Thank you. What? What? You've had dinner. Do not give me that face. They are the only people I live with, so when I have conversations with someone who's not you guys, that's who I'm talking to. We have some bad habits, so during the daytime, if someone puts something through the door, we like to eat it. If it's too weathery, we don't like to go outside and do our business outside, so Mummy gets cross with that. We do know what we're being talked about. Yes, we do. Yes, because I talk to you a lot, don't I? Yeah. And I love you dearly when you're asleep. Yes, I do. I love you with all my heart when you're asleep. When you're awake, sometimes not so much. Oh, they are very much so, and they're not. They're never in. Well, I stream kind of 7 till something most UK times, and then on Fridays at 2 o'clock and at like 11 o'clock at night. Well, 10 to 11 at kind of start on a Saturday night. So I have a schedule. Occasionally I skip days randomly because I forget, or I'm busy, or I'm just not really flat, not in the mood for anybody. But I am around. I am around. It's unfortunate if I'm not in your time zone. But I would love to see you again, and you are always welcome. So yes, thanks for the raid, and thanks for finding me. I appreciate that. So yes, but yes, my doggies do like to help. In some of the earlier streams, we had a few issues where dogs had cleared the table with my lace making stuff on, knocked it on the floor, and caused monster tangle. Because I'm sure you can imagine, if I tell you there's nearly 90 bobbins, right? 90 ends of string of a very fine thickness. They don't half tangle well. They do that ever so well. So as a result, we did have a couple of broken strings, which really did set the mood, frankly. And I was distinctly unpleased, untoo surprisingly, frankly, because that's definitely a thing. I do apologise, I have the world's wobbliest table. It's a nicer table than my last table, in a lot of ways, in that it's got a nicer base for my feet. So for me, it's a nicer table, except for the fact that it's really wobbly. And it's sold as a coffee table. No. The screws are as tight as a duck's butt, and I can only put it down to a slight design flaw. So it's kind of a swan shape, so it's got a flat base, a C shape, and a flat top. And it wobbles a lot. I mean, part of the reason it's making the camera shake is because it's touching the camera, but if I do this, it wobbles a lot, right? It is quite a wobbly table, but it is quite nice for me because I've got somewhere I can put my feet, whereas the last table that I had sitting here, I've still got the table, but the last table that was sitting here had a base that got in the way of my feet, So then my feet went to sleep because my feet were constantly trying to be up at an angle like this. And so my feet would go to sleep. Now my feet still occasionally go to sleep because I have a habit of tucking my left leg kind of underneath myself a bit. And then my foot goes to sleep because there's no blood getting to it. Which is generally not a good plan, I'd like to say. It does not help. And it's definitely a bit of a problem because when I go to move my left foot later, if I lift my leg up, sometimes my left hip kind of goes, I'm not having any of that. I don't want to be doing that. So that can be a problem. But I'm also not very good. I don't feel right sitting with my legs out straight when I'm doing this. I feel like they have to be planted on the floor. But over here, off screen, I mean, if I move a little bit, you can kind of see over here, there's the edge of my mouse down the bottom. Look, there's my mouse. My computer's there. Well, because it's got to be around here somewhere, right? Well, the table for that is also partly in the way. So, because they have to be close enough for reasons. And, yeah, it is complicated. In case you care, I'm currently sitting on my couch. So, I actually sit here all day, every day. I work here and I play here because I work from home. So this is kind of my spot, and I have everything around me that I want, but it kind of has to be close enough to be reasonable. So this table's really good, although it's wobbly, because it means I can put my work laptop on it when I'm working. And I've got plenty of room around it to put a notepad and pen and other things, because over to this side over here, I would point with the other hand, but it's got a drink in it. There you go, that side. I've got some space, so I can put, work phone and all that kind of stuff. So it's really not so bad. But it does kind of... It could be better. It could be... I've got a feeling the problem is the C-shape kind of support. Because it's nice that it's C-shaped, because it means I can put my foot rough, even if it's near the bottom of the C, I've still got room for my foot and my knee. And the last one was actually a lace making table. So while it was made of good, solid, strong wood, it was also designed to tilt. And the problem is no matter how hard you tightened it, after a while it would slip and it would annoy me. And so I have to confess that I still have that table. And it's not a bad table, it really isn't. But yeah, I don't have room for another table like my computer, or I would get one. I mean, it cost a fortune. It's basically one of the overbed tables you get in a hospital. So it's got a hydraulic lifter on it, so I can raise and lower it. But it's also on casters. But it's also on decent casters, because most of the little tables that you buy that are kind of less than £100, that you can lift, either screw into the metal and hope and hold that way, or have like little hole punches that a thing goes through to support it, so it can only be certain heights, but have locking roller wheel things. Forgotten the name of the wheels, but the roller wheel things. And the problem with the locks is that whether you like them or not, if you roll it in the right direction, it just auto locks and then of course won't move. So then you tend to tip it over because it's not that stable. Whereas this thing is big, because of course it's a hospital bed size thing. So it's a bit industrial, but I chewed through the little tables. I used to get through, because they would lock, then the metal bits would start failing from the strain of the lock and me pushing them with a computer monitor and all the other shit on it. And so they would then die. And so I would get through one in about 3-4 months. And at £60-70 a go, that was getting silly. So I paid a lot of money. It was about 250 quid for this one. And I've now had this for a good number of years, and it is still as good as the day I got it. Plus, it also allows me to clamp on my keyboard mount. So I've got one of those under drawery things for my keyboard. So I can push the keyboard away. So I don't need it to be as high as the desk. So that gives me more space for my legs in a way. Because I can have the keyboard nearer me and the thing further away. And so it really is quite a useful little table. And I would get another one, but I haven't really got space for another one. But that would work really well for this. That would work because this thing is stable. This computer one is solid, and it's a nice size. It's got a good size top on it because obviously it's designed to go all the way over a hospital bed. I mean, it could do with being a little bit deeper in my mind, but it does even come with a lip to stop things rolling off it, which I didn't put on it because that would be annoying. I probably should have put the one on the back, but I didn't. The only thing that did annoy me, and this is going to sound really, really weird, because you'd think, well, just chuck it round 180 degrees, right? Well, I kind of wished that because it's a C shape, so the bottom of the table is a C. They do another one which is more like an N. I wish I could have had that one, but they didn't have any. Because then there would be a gap rather than the bar where my feet are. I wonder if they've got any now. Hang on a moment, let me go have a look. Because if they've got one, it could be worth getting one to put this, the one that's over here now, as my lace one, and my everyday normal table have room for my feet. Let's have a look. Let's find my orders, because table, it's easier to do it when you find the original table. There it is. Right, because then you remember who made it, because it's one of those. So this was an NRS healthcare table, and it's only 187 quid at the moment. I say only, but when you consider how quickly I was chewing through the other tables, it does actually work out considerably cheaper. So isn't that the same one? Oh, maybe not an easy lift one. That might be why. It looks like the same one, give or take a little bit. Yeah, it is the same one. That one's even more expensive. That's the C one. They're all the cheap, nasty ones. That's the one I bought. 3553. So what's the difference? See, gonna be a bit of a boomer here. This is the one like the one I bought, right? Rory, what you doing? But they also make this one, which has like an N-shaped foot on it, which would work much better for my poor little feetsies. But it's not got the same kind of support. And it's automatically got a lip on it. Need to find out if they do. I know they make other ones. There are lots of other ones that they make. The problem is that it's somewhat limited, because Amazon, I'm only looking on Amazon. They do have, I think they've got a proper website. But there are lots of them, but they've all got the shitty little roller things that jam. And I spent hours combing through websites to find ones that had better roller bits at the bottom, and this make was one of the few that actually had proper casters. Casters, that's the word I'm after. because it's all well and good, but if the casters are going to jam after about a week, then and every but you see, it's funny how you do. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how if you're just sitting at it for, 10, 15 minutes to do something, sign a birthday card, read a bit of a book or something, you can kind of put up with anything. But given that I kind of sit at this desk for 16 hours a day plus, kind of wanted to be right. Now, it is a really, really nice thing, but I really want the N-shaped one, but in the style of this one, not the one that Amazon have got. And they now don't have half the ones they had back then, so I'd have to dig out their website. Rory, stop licking my little fella. Let me have a quick look. Hang on. NRS. Easy lift table. Because I know that there is an absolute shed load of them. Because I found a website that had like loads and loads of different ones. And I think sometimes that's the thing. I mean, I've talked a bit on this channel about my childhood, is that there are lots of things, especially as a child, you accept them the way they are. You don't sit there going, can't it be different? If that's the way it is, that's the way it is. I'm 53, so I'm potentially older than quite a few of you. I did say potentially because, I'm not ageist, but as a general rule, a lot of Twitch viewers are younger. But in being one of the older people, there was definitely a kind of an ethos in my day of if adults told you shit, you did not question that. There was no but. There were, because, but was usually followed with, but what? And so you didn't have that option. So if the thing you got was horrible, it's a bit like what's for tea, what you're getting. There was never, whereas you hear a lot today of, oh, my kid won't eat that. Oh, I didn't exactly. Well, if I didn't eat it, I went hungry. That was how that went. So I was just rolling the done portion up a bit. You didn't have the option of, I don't want to eat that. You either ate it or you went hungry. Choice, and if you didn't like the table that your parents had given you one, well, that's a shame. There you go. But it's still your table. Never mind, eh? And so yeah. Sometimes, I mean, it's a bit like your parents cooking. You as a child, part of the reason you probably hated something as a child was because of how your parents cooked it, or how your mother cooked it, or whichever. Now, some of you are lucky and you didn't hate anything as a child. Some of us hated a lot of things as a child. But the things my mother did in the kitchen were frankly wars of crime. Would have been considered crimes of war. So, she couldn't boil water without setting off a smoke detector. She was a hazard, right? And it was not just that she forgot things; it tasted like shit too. Nothing had any nutrition in it. or flavour or colour. So, you know, it was not, her in the kitchen was just not plan. Which meant, I mean, it shows you how bad it was that at the age of 7, I was cooking a meal at least twice a week. At least twice a week. So yeah, my mother was that bad. Back in the early 80s. Oh yeah, I cooked for my parents. I'm an only child, so I cooked for my parents. And frankly, you know, it was kind of almost along lines of, you know, I remember on a number of occasions, my dad actually would say things like, how come your cooking's better than your mother's? Or, why does this taste so much different and nicer than when your mum does it? In front of my mother. I mean, it was quite damning to my mother, but frankly, my mother could take one of those nuke in the microwave meals and make it taste of nothing. She had a gift, and it was not a good one. It was one she needed to return, you know? When I was in hospital, my now ex-husband, was my fiance at the time, my parents invited him round because, well, we lived here and I was in hospital down there because we moved while I was in hospital. And because he was having to drive, they said, oh, you can come, you know, come here. Well, come here after you've visited and we'll feed you and you can stay here for the night. They only ever did it once. My ex-husband likes a good curry. That was not a good curry. And I kind of went, oh, why not? Because, well, you know, I know it's my mother's cooking, so I already know partly why not. But, you know, why not specifically? Because my ex-husband literally eats everything but cauliflower, right? And, oh, and macaroni cheese. He doesn't do macaroni cheese for some reason. He'll do pasta and cheese sauce, but not macaroni cheese. The best way he could describe the meal my mother gave him was rice. Okay. And it was alright. It was a bit stodgy and horrible, but it'll do. Mince. You don't make curry out of mince. That was 90% fat and gristle and bone. And I kind of went, I'm sorry, what? It was mince. Yeah, it was mince. Okay, it's a bit odd. Oh, and it had never been near any curry flavourings either. So basically you got mince on rice. Yeah, but it was fat, gristle and bone. Right. Okay. So she tried then. That was one of her good efforts, that was. She tried for you. She cooked something she thought you liked. I think they were based on my mother. Seriously, my mother could, you know, there were so many things that as a child I couldn't bring myself to eat because of what my mother had done to them. It was, I don't do green vegetables. I cannot eat a green vegetable. Even today, can't eat green vegetables. I really don't like the flavour. Even if someone cooks them properly, I really don't like the flavour. But my mother had the traditional, I'm going to say old generation kind of attitude to vegetables, which is, you know, like you'd put the sprouts on for Christmas in January. If you haven't cooked it for 3 hours, it's probably not done yet. So that all the flavour and the goodness has kind of long since passed. Carrots were barely orange. It was, I mean, my mother's potato, if you looked at it to wonky, it had no structural integrity and it would just kind of go on the plate, right? I like my potatoes so you have to cut them. I like them, to use the culinary term, al dente. I like them, frankly, almost as a rebellion to my mother. I'd rather have raw and warm than overcooked. I really, really would rather have warm and raw, and they're a bit crunchy and chewy in the middle, than mush. I cannot do mush. I also can't eat things that are dry. Because, well, you've got nothing to mask the flavour with. So I don't really do anything, I can't, if I do sausage and chips, I don't care if it comes with potatoes or whatever. Very much. Yeah. Basically, it was more like potato soup than mashed potatoes. Because when one makes mashed potatoes, other than you take normally cooked potatoes that, well, are normal, and then smack them around a lot till they're mash, and then you often add butter and salt and pepper and maybe a bit of milk if you're desperate, and although I don't particularly like my mashed potatoes in the smooth consistency, I like mine with chunks, so I'm more like hot potato salad kind of consistency in my mashed potatoes, because I like potato chunks in it. I think, again, in brain rebellion to the potato soup that kind of came held in these atom fragmented together cases that were formerly known as potatoes, and that if you touched them they just kind of went and of course didn't taste of anything, and didn't really kind of fill you up because, well, it was soup and it was mush and it was horrible. I'm No, I'm not. I mean, I don't mind potato salad, to be honest. Again, it's not exactly something that I would consider a go-to. I do not generally go out and buy any. But if I'm somewhere and it comes with potato salad, I'm okay with that. But there are kind of aspects of life that, having had my mother, I can't do. I can't do fish with bones. I just can't. It's taken me a really long time to be able to buy some of the pre-battered bits of fish that are guaranteed to be boneless, because I am the one that gets the bone. For Christ's sake, I've had a fish cake that had a bone in it. And I bought it from a shop. It was not an artisan one. It was a standard, frozen in a box one. I got a bone and choked on it. So, yeah, I have a real problem with fish because of my mother. Vegetables, pretty much every vegetable when I was a kid. Realistically, my entire vegetable range was potato, carrot and sweet corn. My father, of course, didn't do carrot or sweet corn. Pretty much for the same reason of my mother's cooking. So we were a very difficult family. We couldn't have mushrooms because my mother claimed she was allergic. I know that not to be true. Because I've seen her eat mushrooms. She just didn't know. So I know that she can do mushroom. She just didn't want to do mushroom. Probably because they might have tasted or something. I actually swear she was allergic to flavour. But yeah, it was... As an adult, I've had to come to terms with... And I think one of the key things that, I have some younger people that I know. And my only advice to all people who are currently living at home and that go, oh, I don't like such and such. Try making it yourself. Try thinking about what it is about something that you don't like. Now, I'm not saying you don't genuinely hate it, because, well, genuinely, maybe it is disgusting. But, for example, I had a boyfriend once who was a lovely bloke, and when I went to meet the parents, one of the things, again, he ate pretty much everything except for stuffing. Now, while stuffing is kind of a UK thing as far as I can tell, I can understand why he had such a problem with stuffing, because, Christ, even my mother's stuffing was reasonable. I'm not going to say good, because nothing she ever did was good. But one thing she could do was, you know, she could put water in Paxo and cook it, and it would come out. I'm not going to say flavourful, because that would be very much a lie. But it was, you know, it generally had structure and a bit of texture to it. And when I cooked it, it tasted of shit. So, you know, I quite like stuffing. Still do. Anyway, the only thing he didn't really eat was stuffing. And I was kind of like, how can you not like stuffing? I mean, you know, if I make stuffing, there's sausage meat and enough black pepper to kill a small army, and onions, and or if you buy Paxo, well, you put Paxo in it and you put a knob of butter in it, you know, enough pepper to kill a small army, and well, it tastes great. How can you not like it? So he had obviously said to his mother that, you know, my girlfriend, she's coming up to meet you because she lived up north. And back in the 80s, stuffing was what you put in the chicken, but you put it in the wrong bit of the chicken in the 80s. Now you put it under the skin, or you cook it separately. Paxo is a brand name. Paxo is kind of freeze-dried. You reconstitute it stuff. And it actually tastes quite nice. But it's got herbs and it's full of bread and stuff. And it is a condiment, for want of a better word. But it's usually got like a meatloaf consistency to it, right? Because hence, you know, if you make it yourself, it's often made of sausage, meat and onions and stuff. So it really does come out very much like a meatloaf. And you generally have it with chicken and turkey, right? You're not forced to, because it is a great and glorious thing. And you can just roast potatoes and stuffing and carrots, and basically you pile everything in on a tray and shove it in the oven, and come back about an hour later and go, yay, and pour loads of gravy over it. But we Brits do like a good bit of stuffing. Anyway, I found out, without even touching it, why he didn't like stuffing. Now, with Paxo, you make Paxo by emptying a sachet, because it comes in a sachet and it says add like half a pint of water or whatever it is. But the half pint of water is supposed to be boiling hot. So you boil the kettle, pour in half a pint of water, mix it up. It then thickens and swells up. You then, churn in a knob of butter, make little balls out of it, stick it on a baking tray, shove it in the oven or stick it in the chicken, right? I promise you on my life, this woman had taken a pint of cold water, emptied the sachet and immediately poured it over the dinner. You're supposed to wait 20 minutes for it to swell, a bit like yeast kind of thing. You wait for it to absorb all the water, and no. She just poured it over the dinner. So it was cold and it was water with lumps in it. Dry, crunchy lumps at that. And I discovered why he didn't like stuffing, because Jesus Christ, that was horrible. His mother was the loveliest of ladies, but dear God, what she did to stuffing was criminal. I mean, it still tasted better than my mother, but, you know, that really didn't taste a lot. Because, of course, at some point I'd had to do the let's go around to meet my parents, and he'd had my parents cooking, and I had warned him in advance, because I always warn people in advance when they're coming around for dinner with my parents. It is a requirement that you warn people, because you need to kind of prepare for a day like that. If they feed you, we'll go to McDonald's later, right? Okay, so claim you're not overly hungry, that you're feeling a bit off colour, and that you really would rather a small portion. We'll stop by McDonald's on the way home, because you're not ready for this. You're not ready for a full-on, here's a belly full of this, because it takes years of practice to be ready for this. And so, yeah, my parents were, to be fair, once my mother had gone off, my dad had to learn to cook for himself. And, well, having endured my mother's cooking, and then being taught to cook by me and my now ex-husband, um, he did learn from better people. And, you know, kind of the first day we took him, because obviously my mother had left, so we took him shopping, and we kind of took him to the store and went, right, most of these things you can pick whatever you like. If you like this, eat it. If you don't like it, don't eat it. But when it comes to tomato soup, don't buy anyone but Heinz. When it comes to ketchup, you have to buy Heinz ketchup because everyone else's tastes like piss. When it comes to this, do not, do not drink anything other than this. Do not eat that, because some of them are just disgusting. Do not do that. Don't do it to yourself. Think of the Darwin Awards and imagine the people who have died so that you don't have to. Just don't even go there. I don't even know how it's on the shelf because no one in the world likes that crap, So we taught him some of the things to buy and things not to buy as a starter point. And it's like, if you want to vary it later, do so at your own risk, but be warned, it's not advisable. And he did occasionally buy a couple of things because, but it was on sale. And then regretted it and learned that, no, we were actually right. That's okay. Every country has different cuisine, and in some ways that's the joy of every country, because we wouldn't generally put rice under our chicken. We do potatoes, carrots, parsnips, turnips, sprouts if you're fucking desperate. Sorry, that's Rory, by the way, who wanted a hug. And yeah, Rory has decided that being between me and the billow is a thing. So yeah, we wouldn't generally do rice, but rice underneath it to catch all the juices is definitely a good plan. I see a point to that. I make gravy out of all the juices that come out my chicken, so that none of that flavour disappears. I do have a friend. She does also criminal things in the kitchen, and I feel for her dogs. So my dogs get kind of, I won't say they eat human food because they don't. They do have proper dog food. But as occasional treats, we have Liz food. And on Fridays, we especially have Liz food because we get chicken nuggets on Fridays. I buy them. I tend to have a takeout every Friday because, well, screw it, I'm old and I want to. And I buy them deliberately nuggets just for them. So they have some chicken nuggets. I know that it is not nutritionally the best thing in the history of the world, but they then get to have Lizzie's, because I'm getting delivery food, right? So I'm obviously having something a bit better. Well, they think they're getting something a bit better. The fact that it's a handful of chicken nuggets is really by the by. But they do get lickings of, stuff. To be honest, it's very rare that I don't eat my dinner, so it's not like they get much of that. But occasionally, they get things. There are times when I do cook it deliberately so that I can share. That has been a thing. But I don't do it too often because, well, it's not good for them. But, it doesn't hurt to share a little bit. Because after all, if I'm getting to eat it, it must be nice. Well, the answer is yes, it is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be eating it. So they do occasionally get to have some. But my friend, she's kind of vegetarian. But I have seen her eat meat. So she's vegetarian because she doesn't like the texture of meat. And that's fine. I have no problem with her being vegetarian. It's what she does for her dogs that makes this thoroughly criminal. So she buys some cheap frozen chicken thighs. That's fine. She puts them in a bowl that she fills with water. So, kind of, okay. And when I mean fills with water, she gets like a big bowl, chicken bits at the bottom, fills it with water so they are completely covered in water. She puts it in the oven for like 90 minutes, pours the water away, and feeds them well, the fibre that is left, because all the goodness just went out with the water. I couldn't do that to my dogs. I really couldn't. I could cook. Exactly, right? And I've tried to encourage her to do slightly less because, no offence, chicken does not need 90 minutes in the oven. Not a chicken leg. I mean, Christ, you know, chicken often doesn't take 90 minutes, let alone a leg. But of course they are submerged in water, which makes it take longer. But, stop licking my hand. But I've seen the look of this stuff. And it's kind of like, it looks, well, as you said, right, it is the cartoon grey, right? It looks, it just looks criminal. And I feel so sorry for her dogs because she's buying, I mean, okay, it's the cheap chunks of frozen chicken. But it could taste nice. It really could. I mean, obviously you don't put seasoning on it. It's going in the dog. You don't put salt on it and all those kind of things. But it still could taste of chicken. That, I sneaked a bit. It does not taste of chicken. It is literally just the fibres. It is just, I might as well chew a lump of toilet roll. It can't have any flavour and goodness in it, because surely that all got washed out into the water she threw away. She doesn't even make dog gravy with the water, which I would do. Because you can buy dog gravy granules, which are basically saltless gravy. It doesn't taste a lot, but it does smell pretty good. But it's gravy. At least you could put the water in the gravy to go over it. And here's the other thing. Apparently she was told to do this by some breeders. I kind of find them a bit weird. But she does buy complete dog food. So she does at least give her dog some nutrition. She's not killed them off. But she then puts the complete dog food in the bowl and fills it with, wait for it, cold water so that it goes all mushy while the chicken cooks. So what they get for tea is wet, cold, mushy, non-crunchy, kind of sad, looks like vomit dog food with chicken fibres, basically. That is their tea. It's not to look forward to, guys. It's just not. No self-respecting dog is looking forward to that. I wouldn't feed that to these two if it was the last thing on earth. That's just it's horrific. And I don't get it, but she's been told by a breeder that's what she should do, so she does. And I can't argue, but it's not what I'd do. I wouldn't feel right doing that. So I must admit, if I ever had to look after them while she was away, that's not what they'd be eating. They might eat the same chicken, but they'd get the dog food with roasted chicken on it, taken off the bone, and no, but at the same time, it's a bit like the food you'd feed to the people frequenting prisons. It's probably not something, but I wouldn't feed it to them. And they deserve it. I think more of my dogs than that. I wouldn't feed my dogs that. If I was going to feed frozen chicken thighs that I've cooked to my dogs, I would cook them. I would probably roast them for 15-20 minutes to make sure they were cooked. I would give them the crunchy, because the skin would be crunchy now. I would slide the bone out, I'd chop it up a bit and mix it in with their chunks of dog food as a treat. Because the complete dog food had all the nutrition in it that they actually need. But like I do, I give my dogs nuggets. It's pretty much the same deal. But mine at least tastes of chicken. They love their nuggets. They look forward to Nugget Day. See, I'm saying nuggets and they're not reacting. If I do that on Friday, that's dangerous talk, that is. Because they know Friday's Nugget Day. They're not stupid. Well, they are stupid. All dogs are not stupid. Some of them just do really good impressions and some of them do predominantly good impressions. But, for example, I can prove dogs are not stupid. The little man who is the icon for me, his name was Charlie. And Charlie was the bestest boy. Well, they're not, I mean, you know, in terms of Gordon Ramsay, they're not nutritionally the best in the world. But they're also not bad for you. I mean, and as they're getting them as an additional treat, it's not a bad thing, right? But, you know, I enjoy a good bit of food. I like food. We all like food. We get sausages occasionally. Not very often, because I like sausages. But I've bought food for the dogs. I bought stuff specifically to cook it up for the dogs. Because I'm nice. But if I was cooking them for my two, I would definitely put them in the oven for 15 odd minutes. Roasting them, not boiling them. Get the bone out, choppity chop, so that they don't try and eat it whole. Because dogs, of course, will try and do that because it's the good bit. So you chop it down into small bits so that it mixes in a bit with your dinner, and then do that. I've cooked stew for my dogs. I've cooked stew for other dogs. No, I actually cooked real stew for dogs. You just don't put any seasoning in it. Now, admittedly, when I make me a stew, there's dog nose. Thank you, Rory. When I do stew for dogs, I do beef and vegetables, but I don't put in, you know, half the world of black pepper. I don't add any extra stock to it because it might have salt in it. Well, and yeah, you've got a cute nose. Did you know that? Yes. No, it is, and you're right. I mean, I'm very much with you, right? I was sitting at a vet's one day. In fact, it was down at my dad's when he was ill. And on the kind of like counter for the receptionist lady, they had a thing. Did you know that feeding your dog this is the equivalent of that, right? And they basically decided that one Bonio, which is a common dog biscuit here, is the equivalent of a McDonald's burger to us, right? Okay. That's fine, I accept that. And I do know that they're reasonably high in calories. And so, you know, should you get too many Bonios in a day, yes, you do get a lot less dinner because, well, it's a bit like living on, you know, if you ate a packet of 8 Mars bars, well, I'm not going to give you a full dinner because, well, you've already eaten more than your lifetime supply of calories in that. But a little treat never hurt anybody. Now, my dogs are slightly underweight, mainly because, well, he's not. Thank you for that, Rory. That's right, that was my fly thing going for a walk. He's right. She's slightly underweight because she is a little crackhead. She hardly ever sits still. And as a result of hardly ever sitting still, she is quite skinny because, well, she eats more than he does. They are brother and sister. Proper brother and sister, not I call them brother and sister. They are actually little mates. And yeah, it is not ideal. But back to Charlie. Charlie was incredibly intelligent. If I'd said to him, go and get the ball, he would go and get the ball. If I said, go and get, you know, I'm thinking of the toys that we've got around here at the moment, Dino, he would come back with Dino. But it worked in the park. So if you were walking around with a random dog person you met while walking, and their dog had a toy, and you suddenly realised that the dog didn't have the toy anymore, Charlie, where's insert toy? Charlie would go beeline straight for it and come back with it. And, you know, it was quite impressive. He also could do dumb, don't get me wrong. Now, I know Amy is not stupid. Amy is far from stupid. Rory, He doesn't like to make a fuss. Rory is a lot more chill in a lot of ways, but when Rory wants, he kind of is very strongly inferring. But should you go somewhere, and because he's black and you didn't turn the light on, he snuck through the door, you missed him, and you've now locked him in the room because you've shut the door, you'll kind of go, where's Rory? And you look around, you can't find him. And she'll be pestering you. She knows exactly where he is and that he needs your help. He got out the garden because the fence partly fell down and I didn't know because it was around the corner and in a bit of the garden that you can't really see unless you go looking for it. And he'd managed to squeeze his way out because obviously he thought there was something interesting on the other side. And she came to tell me that something was wrong. And we looked around, I couldn't find him. The phone rang, got your dog. She was trying to tell me that he'd got out and he didn't know how to get back. Because, well, he didn't. As I say, I locked him in the room. She came to tell me I'd managed to lock him in the room. Now, he could have barked, the stupid animal. No. I'd had him for 4 months before I even heard the faintest noise come out of him. Because she is such a gobby little cow, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to make noise. It's very rare he does, even now. I mean, he has occasionally barked at things and growled at things. But she does all the noise for everybody. Her nickname is Amy Winehouse. Because she does a lot of that. Yeah, she do. But she is a little crackhead because she hardly ever, unless she's actually asleep, she is the kind of dog that I want a hug. Before she's even finished jumping in your lap, she's getting down again because her brain's wandered off. She's ADHD dog, right? Here she is. Your nose is not going to reach that far. No, it's not. But she will be up. Oh, I want a hug, and almost before she's had a hug, she's getting off because she's thought, oh, there's a toy over there. I can see that. And then she remembers she wanted a hug, so she comes back, and then she sees something else, so she goes over there, and she spends the whole day getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down. So you're a skinny little cow, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, big waggy tail. Big skinny dog. It's very hard to do this with a brown dog under one armpit. It is. Oh, your turn. Let's see if we can do a bit of this with you under my armpit. This does not feel right. It is. I haven't done my bins yet, have I? Oh, let's face it, I'm not going to do my bins. Let's stop pretending that I'm even going to do my bins. What are you trying to tell me? No. It's not like you to settle down. She's sitting on my leg, being a good girl. Aren't you? Being a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. You is a good girl. Is. Yes. Where's Dino? You done with Dino? You done with Dino? Where is he? Where's Dino? No, that's Gecko. It's close. That's Gecko. That's Rory's. Yes. That's Gecko. Where's Dino? What have you done with Dino? That sounds like Hefflump. Yeah, that's Hefflump. Yeah. That's Heffs. Yes, he is. He's a good... That's a Heffs. Heffs is good. You loved Dino for months. Now you don't love him anymore. I bet he feels sad. You don't love him anymore. Dino is a big pink dinosaur, funnily enough. Well, it's not that big, but here's a pink dog toy dinosaur. Hef's is a blue kind of dog toy elephant, because hence his hef lumps, who has crinkly plastic in his ears, which we kind of like. Now, he did originally have a squeaker in him or two, as did Octopus. But the squeaks don't squeak no more, because dogs generally kill squeakers. But the rest of Hef's is pretty good shape. They're supposed to be indestructible dog toys, and to be honest, I am quite surprised. To a large percent, I mean, obviously, clearly it doesn't squeak anymore, but, well, he is still in one piece, which is kind of weird, because normally dogs pluck, chew. It's the same with Dino. These 4 toys have lasted forever. I've had them for ages. Originally, I got Dino and Gecko, and they each picked one. Rory picked Gecko, and she picked Dino. And Dino was the thing of the day for ages. Even when I bought, well, Trev bought them toys of, he bought them Hef's and Octopus. He also bought a duck, as I recall. The duck didn't last very long. But Hef's and Octopus have. And yet, I swear, they're normal kind of... Any normal dog would have, like, ripped them apart, like, 10 seconds. Because, you know, to be honest, that is the fate of most dog toys. But yeah, they seem to have survived for ages, which is kind of weird. But it's also kind of weird how Dino was hers and Gecko was his. Oh, there's Dino. There he is, look. He's by your foot. He is. No, that's not Dino. That's Hef's. See, look. This is Hef Lump. Look, there he is. So he's got crinkly eyes. He's got what used to be a squeaker here, but he's got crinklies. And you like the crinklies, don't you? Bloody dog hair on me thing. Rory hairs. The black ones. But yeah. As you say, some people put far too much thought into pet food. And children food. Well, far too much into food in general, to be honest. You know, you get these people, oh, it's got so many grams of protein and so many grams of this. And, you know, as someone who could frankly use to lose a couple of pounds, I'm not going to pretend that that's not a thing. I'm not disagreeing that, you know, you should make sure you're not just eating cake for tea, because, you know, much as cake for tea would be nice all the time, it's generally not a good plan. It's not gonna keep your body good. But you can still go a little nuts on it. You know, if you find yourself reading every single, unless you're allergic to something, if you find yourself reading every label in the supermarket, you know. Well, but that's normal. The day we got Charlie, my icon, he came with a bag of toys. He had been, I won't say abused, because that would be wrong. But Charlie had had a number of homes before he came here. Now, we got him from, I won't say the breeders, because that kind of gives the wrong impression. They were breeders. They had 2 different types of dog that they bred. Someone jumped the gate and it was of breed A and did breed B. So Charlie was a mongrel. He was a beautiful mongrel. And arguably a pedigree mongrel, because, you know, both parents were pedigrees. Just not of the same lineage. And it was kind of amusing in a way, because Charlie was, as I say, a very special little boy. But he came with a bag, and one of the things that was in the bag was this black fuzzy mobile phone. Kind of an 80s thing that was like this big and, you know, kind of this tall, and had a little kind of stumpy aerial on it. But when you squeezed it, it rang. And he loved that thing. So when he had managed to chew the end off it, we bought him a new one. I'll be generous. 2 minutes? 2 minutes and that thing was shredded beyond belief. Where's me thing? Where's me thing? We get a lot of this, which is why I have the... Oops, he didn't survive. Oh well. I tried to capture him, but yeah, never mind. Oh, piss off. I think I've made a leap off my wobbly table again. The reason this has a doesn't work is, and I can show you, is the base of my fly thing is this. Well, but they had fun doing it, and well, but the problem I have is this is the bottom of my fly swat, right? Which is fine, except the fly swat is this wide at the top and this long. Therefore, when plugged in, it's very top heavy, and this weighs like next to nothing, so it doesn't. It tends to fall over at the merest wobble. It would be nice if they lasted just a little bit longer. I don't disagree with you, which is why I'm really impressed with these toys, because I've had them for ages and they were cheap, but they weren't expensive. Were they? No, I got them off Amazon. Got lots of things off Amazon, didn't I? Yes. What have you been eating? You've been eating dung again? Madam? Mum, your breath stinks. Yes. Yes. I feel you need to chew on something. Clean your teeth a bit. But yes, dogs generally, it depends. As she's here, I can't show you because that will cause chaos. She does have another toy. She has a toy. Rory does not give a flying fig about the other toy, and I can't mention the other toy while she's here. If she decides to go wandering off, which she might do in a second because she's got an itchy ear now. Come here. Let me do this one. That one squelched. Have to look in your ears better later, won't we? Yes. Why does this one squelch? That's not a good thing. Gonna have to take the glasses off. She's too near for it. Come here, let me look in your ear. It doesn't look squelchable. It's nothing obvious in it. It just happened to squelch, didn't it? Yes. Are you ashamed that your ears squelched? And I've told the internet. Is that what that look is? It did look like it. Did you just burp, young lady? Did you just burp? Rude dog. Rude dog. You. Oh. There she is. She's going away now. So if I show you the other toy, because she can't see, there is this one. But this one lives in my pocket because we tend to cause mayhem with this one. Because, well, we're not very good at catching, and we tend to shake our head and throw it and then obliterate things. So hence it lives in my pocket all day so that it can't be found. And I know where it is. Because at one point we lost it and much pain and whining was had. And we gave up hope that we would find it. And then I spotted it. It was hiding. I've got stairs that, well, like you would expect, that stairs that come down straight in my hallway. But the hallway at the top of the stairs, you get to a little bit, it turns, and then there's like a corridor bit. And in between the little bit where it turned round at the top of the stairs, the ball had obviously gone through the tines of the banisters and was sitting in this crack so that it was below level. So as you walk upstairs, you didn't see it. And when you were at the bottom, you didn't really see it. But there was just like this tiny slither of moon. And because it's bright pink. If it hadn't been bright pink, I wouldn't have seen it. And I spotted it and it was like, oh, there it is. So, that was definitely a good moment for Amy's, because Amy's likes that toy. It is one of her fave things to do. Rory absolutely doesn't get it. It's not a Rory thing. Rory does not do chasing balls. We do not demean ourselves to such lowly activities. Which is quite amusing in a way. So I'm just going to put these on a stick to get them out of the way. Put that over there. Bring you down. But the reason I've brought it down is because I want to be able to see that dot there well, and I couldn't quite see it, so put it back a notch. Make these longer. You don't have to make them longer, it's just easier if they are longer, because there's a bit more working room, angles and all that. And also it helps if they're all of a similar length, because, well, it just drives you nuts if they're not. So they don't have to be, you don't need to get a ruler out and form straight lines, but it does help if they are within a reason. Because if for example, if I do this, make this one long, so if I'm trying to work with this as a pair, working is awkward. So it works really well to have them all roughly the same length, so that the sticks kind of come in contact, so you can transpose things around that way. So let's. I really do miss having my nail. I broke my nail. I am not a girl of nails, but I broke this one yesterday. And of course it's back beyond the skin, so it's a bit sore, but it means I can't, because it's normally my first finger, it's normally good for lifting pins and picking things up, and it feels really weird because obviously the skin's hitting the leather, not a nail, so it makes everything feel a bit weird, and I can't pick up pins easily. Now I've got 3 over here, for goodness sake. Let's use them up a bit. I will say you don't need to keep as many pins in use. So if I scoop forward, you can see that I've got a row of pins back to here. You don't need anything like that many, but it's better to have too many than not enough, because otherwise if you pull on it for a bit of tension and there isn't enough pins, it distorts the lace behind it. So it's definitely better to have too many than not enough. Right. That's all of you. Scoot you over for a minute, over there, and then we'll get all of you. And we'll do the same down this side. when I say this side of the motif thing that is about to appear in the middle. What time is it? 5 to 11, typical. So, scoot you over for a moment and go this way. Find some pins. These are harder to get up. Hang on. A bit tight down here. Got a bit close with the old curly thing. Let's pull them out of there like that. That's a bit better. It's best to have a bit of a gap. Let's grab a couple more. There we go. Because I don't want it catching on the roller of my previous lace, because, well, that could get stuffy annoying because it can put it all out of shape. Because they're not knotted, they're just twisted and you move on. It is easy for it to pull out of shape. And, well, don't really want that to be happening if we can help it. So... without my pin finger. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Steal a couple of you. And it is you, but it's not you, so there you go. Like that. Aha. Okay, so let's put you back in here for a minute. Yeah, I mean, it's nearly 11 p.m. here, so I fully understand and I expected you to... I was about to say it must be late for you. But I do appreciate the company. The problem with a lot of these crafting streams is you're never going to be the next Asmongold, 24,000 followers, right? And to be honest, I wouldn't know what to do with them if I had them, so I'm kind of cool with that. But at the same time, it is lovely to have people to talk to, because I do find it kind of weird. I mean, I am streaming because I'm keeping a video diary of my project. But at the same time, if you're going through the effort to, stick yourself out on the internet, it is nice to think that at least someone comes and watches it. So I do appreciate someone to talk to, because, well, I live alone, and so it's nice to natter with someone. And frankly, about anything, pretty much, anything goes. We don't overly do politics and weirdy stuff, but we can glance across it if it comes up in casual conversation. I'm wondering what my co-worker wants, because every time you hear my phone ping, almost guaranteed it's my co-worker, and it is. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. he's decided to look into his family tree, which is a bit of a traumatising subject for me. When my dad was alive, he did the family tree. He got somewhere in the region of 11,789 names on our family tree. And needless to say, he didn't have to talk about it. And I didn't begrudge him it. I really didn't, because it kept him happy. And, you know, with all of those kind of things, you know, if it keeps them happy and it keeps them quiet, that's great. But some of the claims that he started getting down to were a little bit, really? Really did you now? So, historically, it's very difficult to trace yourself back too far, just on the simple grounds of, unless you were kings and queens of a country, records generally have been lost. People did not keep records very well in the early years of humanity. And further beyond that, well, not every birth was recorded, and not all of it was accurate. But my dad claimed, I'm only going to go as far as claimed, that he managed to get back to BC. Horse shit. But he claimed he got BC, but he did do a lot of digging, and I'm not going to say he was right, because like a lot of things, you might have heard of, say, John Smith, who was in Birmingham. Well, that's a big area. And then, but he was born, but he had moved there. Fine. But where did he move from? Well, if you don't know, well, finding when he was born can be a bit hard, because you might know the year he was born, but if he's got a common name, then, you know, there'll be 20,000 of them. But he did claim that he did this, and so he was very proud of this family tree shit, which I have on computer, by the way. I have the computer that he did it on for that very, very reason. Because he did put a lot of time and effort in it, and it is our family tree. But at the same time, the more my dad went on about it, the less I cared. It's the same as Mercedes. I know a Mercedes car is a great, well-built car. I'll never own one, because my dad did. Because he banged on about it so much and was so convinced that I must want one. Even when he died, I couldn't even be bothered to have his. I could have had his. Didn't cost me anything. I could have had it. Nope. I sold it. Got rid of it. Pretty much gave it away, frankly. Take this thing, it offends me. It wasn't worth a lot. But, because it was an old one. Well, it was in really, really good nick, but it had been accident damage, which I didn't know, and he never fessed up to. So it wasn't worth a lot, because it had been written off in its former life. But to look at, it was perfect. I still wouldn't want it. It was an automatic. I can't stand automatic cars. I did start it. And I have driven one around a car park a bit. But I wouldn't. I'm not going to say they're not bad, well made. I'm not going to say that technically they're not bad cars. They really are. But I don't want one because my dad was so convinced that I did. So yeah, kind of one of those moments. The more my dad told me I wanted it, the less I did. So the family tree kind of has the same effect on me, is that I do appreciate that there is a family tree and that these people I'm related to, but I didn't twist that enough, did I? No. Yeah. I do not share this burning need, you know? Funnily enough, I don't think any of his siblings cared either. Yeah, exactly. My dad had 4 things that he was really obsessed with. The family tree was one of them, but he got to a point where there really was no more for him to do, so thankfully that died down. What didn't die down, however, were the other categories that my dad was somewhat obsessed with, which was that my dad, bless him, was kind of obsessed with the Royal Ballet. Now, I need to put a bit of perspective on this one. At the age of 6, I was tested to see if I could be in the Royal Ballet, and was apparently offered a place to train to see if I'd be good enough with the Royal Ballet. I've never wanted to be a ballet dancer. It's not something I've ever desired to be. But I was offered a place. My dad said no. So with that in mind, bear in mind it could have been his own daughter. Maybe I'd have been good at it, right? I don't know. I've never had a ballet lesson in my life. And if you ever met me now, now's not the time. I'm 53 and I'm a bit overweight and I've broken lots of things. Ballet is not an option. But he, it could have been me, right? It could have been me. Yeah, and it's I mean, I guess it's a bit like when people are parents and you come back with some, half scribble on a piece of paper and go, Mum, look what I did. And they kind of go, what the fuck's that? Look. And you have to be excited. I mean, I guess some of it is kind of our penance for doing that to them as adults. But my dad was into the Royal Ballet and my dad wrote a book. My dad wrote a book. Now, I need to put this into a bit of perspective. It was not the story of the history of the Royal Ballet written in sentences. No, that could, to the right people, be interesting. No. Basically, it was a collation of all of the programmes for all of the work that they'd done. No, that's it. But he collated it, he published it, and people bought it. God help them. He sent a copy to the Queen, and he had it bound proper, and he sent a copy to the Queen, and he got an official letter back from Queenie, basically saying cheers, which he kept and relished truly, thinking that she'd actually written it, kind of thing. No, of course she didn't. Even if she'd dictated it, she didn't actually write it. But he loved that thing and he banged on about those fucking ballet programs because it did take him quite a while. But he banged on about that. The next subject was dog poo. You have no idea how many hours of conversation of my life were wasted with my father, with him discussing dog poo. And moreover, the consistency of his dogs. About an hour a week. About an hour a week was the dog poo conversation. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. I'm a doof. Hang on. I'm being stupid. I've got ahead of myself. That's why it looks funny. Right. Let's go back with this one. So let's undo this. This way. But yeah, my dad, so he did that. So dog poo was a very common theme. The ballet thing only tended to come up when he'd found a new pile of programs. So I'm not going to say it was better. I'm just going to say that it kind of came and went in fits and starts. And the last subject, leaves. Yeah. Oh, you have no idea. To generally summarise it, if the dog poo was not absolutely averagely moist but not too moist, but hard but not too hard, I heard about it. And the colour. and what he had done to try and overcome it. And it was like scientific experiments. It was like, 2 drops of this, and well, we replaced 1 drop with a drop of that, and this was the effect that it had. It really was. He was kind of obsessed with that shit. And do you know what it turned out to be? A throwaway comment I made. I loved him dearly, don't get me wrong, but I was glad I was an hour and a half drive away and he didn't want to come up here because apparently coming here was far too difficult. And I'll explain why that was a problem as well. But I did love my dad, don't get me wrong, I truly, truly did. But my dad would not come to see me where I live. As I said, it's an hour and a half down the road. It's pretty much a straight drive. You get on the A40, you get off the other end, right? He would not come here. At the same time, he flew all the way to China from London to go and watch other people's children in their first abroad Royal Ballet School performance. But he wouldn't come and see his only child when it came to my karate grading. He wouldn't come and visit me. He was retired. Now, I didn't expect him to do it particularly often. But the fact that he would not consider it became a sore point. Especially when you consider that on one Guy Fawkes night, because we obviously do Guy Fawkes night here, so 5th of November one year, when there inevitably are fireworks, because that's the whole fucking point of the night for us. We blow bits up because, well, some dude forgot to blow up the Houses of Parliament. I was made to drive to London the hour and a half after work to go and sit with his dogs, because his dogs couldn't do fireworks, leaving my own dogs on their own up here. He got home at midnight and then I had to drive hour and a half back so that I could work for 7 o'clock the next morning. That was not even a consideration for him. He was more than happy for me to have to do that. But the idea of him come and visit? Lord, no. He came up twice. Well, technically 3 times, but he came up twice. He came up for when I got married, and he came up for my 30th birthday. He was here for my 30th birthday, literally almost like 10 minutes and left, because he was too late. Even with the wedding, he got for the wedding, stayed for the dinner, because obviously we were feeding him, and it was expected he'd give a speech, father of the bride. Almost the moment that spoon went down from pudding, he was gone. He had left. And when he was in hospital as he was dying, I had to drive down every day and back. I don't begrudge him the last bit because he was not very well. But the fact that he never considered, driving and staying or anything, that annoyed me. It was the fact that, so you're prepared to fly all the way around the world to China to go and watch some random children perform Prancy, probably very badly, but you will not even consider to drive down the A40 to see your daughter. Mm-hmm. Your only family. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I loved my parents. I love them more now they're deceased. And as one of them's in a box in the other room, well, you're here now, huh? We get a lot of that. It's one of the common ones I do at him. Well, you're here now. Go on, you're free to leave. I am terrible. It's the only revenge I get, right? Come on, it's the only revenge you can get. I mean, it's a bit like when you were a child, there were lots of things you would never have done. Hello, welcome to my bad, strange sense of humour. It is one of those weird things, right? You should have seen the look, right? The day my dad died, it had been a very unpleasant day because, as you can tell, I go by the name Liz. that's quite expected, because, well, that's what I wrote. Because my name is actually Liz. Obviously, I was christened Elizabeth, but I don't answer to it, because that's what you get when you've done wrong, right? Anyway, the hospital had my name because I am next of kin after all, and I had specifically made them write on his charts, if you ring me or speak to me, do not call me Elizabeth. I react really badly to it, because I assume I've done something wrong. It puts me in a mood. And if you're going to ring me and kind of wake me up or give me bad news, putting me in a bad mood first is not the way to do it, right? Yeah, I know that feeling well. But, so, there I was, asleep, and I was planning to move into my dad's house, because he was in hospital, to stay with my dad. I was going to sort my dogs out, but my dog was very ill at the time. The dog I had was called Maddie, and she had cancer of everything. And I literally mean everything. Everything they had sampled had cancer cells in it. And they'd put her on chemo to try and give her a bit of quality of life, and to extend her life maybe a bit. And, well, when she had a yearly checkup the following year, the vet actually said to me, I didn't expect her to live this long. And it was like, oh, you never mentioned that. Oh, well. Anyway, she lived 5 years. They expected 6 months. She lived 5 years. And this was during her chemo times. So Maddie needed to be blood tested to get her chemo pills, to check that they were not overworking or underworking, that she was on as much as she could be, but as little as she had to be, kind of thing. So that, because she, chemo's bad for you, obviously. So if, we didn't want to make her too sick, but at the same time, we wanted to give her enough to make a difference. So she had to have regular blood tests every time the pills got an update, right? And she was due for this update. So I'd booked her in for 1 o'clock at the vet's to get the blood test. And 6 o'clock in the morning, mobile phone goes, ring, 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 ring. I'm half asleep. Fucking what? Is that Elizabeth? Fuck, what? As you kind of, you're barely awake. No filters have been installed yet. You're like, what the fuck are you? What the fuck are you on about? Oh, we've been trying to ring you for ages. Well, I sleep, like human beings do. And because where I do and what I do, my phone is on silent overnight because, well, if the servers are burning, I don't care, kind of thing. Right? Your father has not woken up this morning, Miss Kimber. Okay, what are we doing about it? Well, we would suggest you come down. That's a little awkward right now. I've got some things I would need to sort before I can do that. So what are we looking at right now? Well, he seems stable, but he's on oxygen. But if he doesn't tolerate that, I'm not sure it would work too well. Okay, fine. So 9 o'clock in the morning comes, 8 o'clock in the morning comes, I speak to the vet, they speak to my dad's vet, because we have to agree that they will take the blood test, but give me the pills because they've got them. And so that was a bit of shenanigans that needed to go on, because I wasn't going to kill my dog. If my dad isn't going to make it, I'm not going to lose the dog and all, it's one of those kind of moments. So we move on, and I need an extra appointment. And they agreed, so that was good. Anyway, I'm driving down the A40. I haven't even made it to Oxford yet. And ring, ring. Oh, Miss Kimber, he won't keep the oxygen on. Okay. So how bad is that in relative terms? I mean, obviously, you feel he needs it. I should point out here, my dad basically had one lung was a cancer tumour. No, all of it. The other one was covered in little nodules, lots of them. So, oxygen was kind of a requirement. And it was kind of like, okay, but how long are we talking? Are we talking minutes? Do I give up driving now, or it will be too late? And it's like, no. Well, we'll try the nose one, and about 10 minutes later, she was back. Yes, he seems to be accepting the nose one, so you're all right for now, but do hurry. Okay, well, I'm driving. I can only go at the speed that the government sets. I'll be with you as soon as I can. So I got there as soon as I could. And I did get an hour or so with him, do not get me wrong. So I spent an hour or so with my dad. And I was glad I did get there in time, don't get me wrong. I made him a couple of promises, which I won't say I regret making, but I really would have loved burning that shit. My dad had some pictures. My dad was slightly obsessed with Darcy Bustle. Now, don't get me wrong, she was a great ballerina, and I'm sure she's a really lovely lady, and a whole pile of other shit. But when you're 70, it's a bit creepy. And well, so my dad had this Darcy Bustle thing, so we had pictures of her all over the place. And there is, I was about to say was, but no, still is, she's not dead. A artist who draws ballet people. She is world renowned, allegedly, for drawing these ballet people. Now, I can't draw stick men. I suck monumentally at drawing. I could probably do some of her pictures, though. Anyway, my dad reckoned that these pictures were worth about £1 a pop. Now, if that had been the case, I'd be minted, but they weren't. They were basically unsellable and worthless, even by the artist's own admission. Now, the problem that I had with that was that my dad had been absolutely convinced that these things were worth a mint. No, this isn't right. I've screwed that up. I need to do some twisty things. Hang on. You need to come around there. I need to do the twisty things. Anyway, and the artist, when I reached out to the artist, because I thought, maybe she knows a better place to sell them just flog them on in an auction. Her gut reaction was, well, give them back to me. I will donate them to the Royal Ballet. No. Why should you come out looking all fucking sparkly clean when my dad's already given quite a heft of money to the Royal Ballet? Thank you very much. And secondly, if anyone's going to give them to the Royal Ballet, it would be me. Because, well, they're mine to give. It's mine now. The moment he died, they're mine now. I mean, legally there's a bit more paperwork, but it's all mine now. You're talking of me giving you my stuff so that you can look good. How about no? She's not my favourite lady. But he had like 35 of these fucking pictures. Bastard things. And as I say, some of them really were not quality shit. I mean, it was almost like a loop like that as the person with the leg and a thing, and that would be it in chalk. So it literally was. I mean, Christ alive, even I can do that. Some of them were proper, some of them looked a lot better, but none of them were that. I mean, we've all seen a picture that may not be a picture of something that you would naturally want on your wall, but that you look at and go, that's so impressive. You may not want it on your wall because maybe it's a picture of, war scene or whatever it is, but the quality, the workmanship just screams. And if you would, if it was now yours, you'd be kind of going, I don't think I'll give that away. I may not put it on my wall, but it's too nice, that is. No, these did not qualify for it. In fact, I've got some pictures of them actually somewhere on my camera. I mean, it'd be a while ago, obviously, because it was 2020. Hang on. Search. 2020. they were. Oh, they might be in 2020. Hang on, I'll find them. It shouldn't take too long because there's a load of them and they fill up a great page of my camera. Unless I, of course, deleted them because they were. No, that's not 2020. That's not 2020 at all. Search. Would have been September 2020. It's funny how it said they were going to be 69 and now it doesn't. September. Sure it would have been September. Let's try this again. 2020. 857. Go. I like that. It says 857 and then shows me 50 photos of dogs, funnily enough. Because, well, funnily enough, a lot of my photos are of dogs. Let me scroll it back a lot then. Hang on. No, that's after that. It's long before that. Because that was when I was here. That was 2020. Oh, it must have been before 2020. That's why it's not working. It's because it wasn't 2020. Let's see if I can find them. It's going to be round about here somewhere. I can't remember if it's before then or after then. It was after then. I always have this problem with time. It's not a time blindness, but I sometimes have problems remembering order of events, in that I will be convinced of order of events. See, that's here, so that's... No, that was when I was talking to my dad, so he was alive then. Right, that's when my dad died, because there's a picture of my dad. There's a picture of the loft. So this is around the time. Here they are. So, bear in mind, this is a woman who was claiming off my dad these things were worth £1,000. So like, that's the first picture. There's a couple more. I mean, I'm not going to say some of them are bad, but some of them are hardly, you know. There are better ones. Let's put it down a bit. There are better ones. I mean, that's a better one, for example. That's quite a nice one. That one's got a bit of effort behind it. But some of them are a little bit kind of splodge on a piece of paper. See, that's not so bad. Some of them, as I say, again, that's not so bad. But some of them are a little bit, and there's quite a lot of them. I mean, well, as I say, there's 30 of the fuckers. He also had signed ballet shoes. And other random shite of stupidness. So his ballet obsession was a little bit excessive, frankly. But the fact that he didn't want to come here did hurt a little bit when he was prepared to go to China to see other people. But he's here now, so whether he likes it or not. He's free to leave, of course. As I said, very much free to leave if you would so desire. But I did love him, but I promised not to burn those pictures because I hated those pictures because he loved them so much. Again, it was the more he banged on about it, the less I wanted to know about it. Ballet was never my thing. I was never into ballet, and he stopped me doing the one thing that I enjoyed and I was actually good at, which was I was into gymnastics. I was offered a chance to train with the Olympic squad for them too. And my dad said no, I was too fat. So at 5'4" and 3 stone, which is £60, I was too fat according to my dad. So yes, but it did annoy me that after him refusing for me to learn to do ballet, which I didn't necessarily hate him for the fact, but that then he was really into it. And well, what if I'd actually been, if he'd said yes, because of course at 6 I wouldn't have had a lot of choice in the matter. But if he'd said yes to it, what if I'd been great at it? What if I was really the next Darcy Bustle? I mean, I am a herd of elephants. I can't imagine it, but what if I was? What if, with the right training, I could have been? And yet there he was, happily paying for other children to go to the school that he told me that he declined me the opportunity. It kind of rubbed a bit, especially when he gave them quite so much in his will, because my dad donate quite a lot towards the Royal Ballet. And when I mean quite a lot, I'm talking a lot. To the point I think there's a plaque with his name on it, right? This was before he died. There was a plaque with his name on it. There was an award that got given out in my dad's name. Because he gave so much money every year that there was an award that went out in his name. So he gave quite a lot of money. And so when he died and gave even more, didn't quite sit right, because frankly they got a lot, but I didn't fight it because it's what he would have wanted. 2, 3, 4, 5. But at the same time, like everything, when you consider that he really thought that he had a lot of good investments in his house, and well, no, he didn't. So all the money he thought that I would be inheriting wasn't there. The money wasn't there. The house wasn't worth the money he thought. Nothing was worth what he thought and had been told. Or as indicated in the divorce. So, yeah. As I say, I don't begrudge him it. But at the same time, it was a bit weird. So I'm just doing some small calculations because I need a bit more room. But I hated those pictures, so I promised not to burn those. And God help my soul, for this one is a regret I will take to the grave. I did not burn the couch or the chairs, even though that was my express wish. My dad made them. I'd rather sit on church pews. They were more comfortable. These things were the most godforsaken, uncomfortable things in the history of the world. And to the point, I did use it in his obituary. Because nearly everyone who'd met my dad had sat on those fucking chairs, and everybody hated them. No, I mean everybody hated them. There wasn't a person alive who liked them. I don't even believe my dad liked them. They were that bad. But they'd stood the test of time. It's the only thing you could argue. Bear in mind, my dad died, 7 years ago now? 8 years ago? Somewhere about there. He made them when I was 16. I'm 53. His couch and chairs had lasted all that time. So he made them well. But they were church pews with half a gnat's dick's worth of foam on top. They were bolt upright like church pews, only instead of having like a half back church pew, they were full height, so you couldn't sit comfy on these things, and the width of the chair was like this big, so the 2-seater couch was really a wide armchair. So you and a small dog and the couch was full, let alone a big dog, because he had a German Shepherd and a Lurcher at the time. So, when they all wanted to say hello, plus my own, it didn't really fit. It was not a good look. You certainly couldn't lie down on it or get comfortable on it. It was distinctly unpleasant. And so everybody wanted to burn and hated those things. And my Auntie Pat, she's not a true auntie, but my Auntie Pat, who's also unfortunately gone now, she was well up for a burning. Oh, she was well up for a burning. But I promised them I wouldn't. We gave them away to charity. Mainly because I couldn't expect any bugger to fucking pay for them. So, but yeah, hated that couch and chairs. Dear God. But yeah, it came up in his thing because he also made his kitchen. And again, he made that kitchen. Actually, he made the couch before I was 16. He made the kitchen when I was 16 because that's when we got Spot and Cindy. Yeah, we'd had the couch for a while then. So it was an old couch, but it still looked like the day he made it. It was well made. Not going to deny him that. It's just unfortunate that he didn't make one that was worth sitting on. It's probably why it survived that long, because everyone tried not to. I remember sitting for years. I still do it. I still sit on the floor and use like the base of the couch as a backrest, because well, it's a habit you got into when the couch that you've got to sit on is bloody awful. And there's nowhere else to sit because my dad only made a 2-seater couch and 2 chairs, and my parents had the chairs. So I only had a choice of couch or floor. Floor it is then. It was definitely, that's okay, I'll sit on the floor then. I'm sure that annoyed him. But he did make it very well. I'm not going to deny him that one at all. It's just unfortunate that it was bloody awful. So yeah, I promised not to burn his couch and chairs and pictures. And then he passed. So I held up to my end of the agreement, even though it was not kind of what I would have liked to have done with it. But, you know, it is what it is. I was a good girl. In case you're wondering why I'm doing this bit at the side, it's because I need an extra pair of bobbins at the bottom to finish the corner. Otherwise I can't complete the corner. So this corner here needs an extra bobbin. So I need to do these. Hoarder tendencies, I recognise that. I am, that'll be me. I have. Yeah, I mean, I'm not so much a hoarder as a keeper of unnecessary shit. I have a lot of shit, and I have way more shit than places to put the shit. And I do have, just over there, Mount Crapmore. Which has a nickname, obviously, which is a pile of crap that just needs to be... It's mainly recyclables and a little bit of trash that I really should be dealing with, and I'm not. But my dad had this real thing. Every surface had a vase on it, and they were all minging. So they weren't Ming vases, they were Minging vases. Half of them were broken at some point and had got re-glued together. So they weren't even pretty. And he was, again, convinced that these things were worth money. And frankly, all they were good for would be shooting in the bottom of your garden. He didn't even put flowers in them. They just everywhere were these chuffing, wretched vases. And it was, just... As you say, I think part of the problem was... He was too fascinated by it, and I was not. I do have some of the things. So, for example, I didn't keep any of his ballet crap because, fuck that shit, no. But he did some tapestries. Now, they're not my kind of subject. I'm not against them. It's just not my kind of subject. And I don't really have a lot of crap on my walls. So, but I do have those. I've kept those. Because, well, I kept those. I have the rugs that he made. They're bloody awful and hideous. But I kept those too, because he made them. And at least I could put them in the garage for the dogs. So I did keep some things that he made. But I didn't keep the drawings because, well, they were. It's not like he did them. If he had drawn them, I probably would have kept them. But he was just fascinated with them, paid over the top for them, and they were just, you know, memories of shit that just brought up, you know, brings almost is associated with bad feelings. So I decided that that was probably not the best of things for me to do. So I got rid of those. I gave away his copy of his book and his letter from the Queen to a girl who was absolutely fascinated with the Royal Ballet, and especially Darcy Bustle. She was a hopeful ballerina. I don't know what happened to her. I haven't followed up. I don't really know her part of her family very well, but she was a friend of my dad. The grandmother was a friend of my dad's, so that didn't seem a bad choice to do. Someone who would at least appreciate it, because I wouldn't look at it, I wouldn't read it, I don't really care for the contents. And, you know, I know I am proud that he did something he was happy to do and that others appreciated, but I do not need to keep a copy of it. I've got the digital one. Sugar Bear, my favourite soul, how are you? And thank you for the sub. Right, let's put some of you back in a stick. How many have we got in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more of you. Oops. One more of you. Okay. Thank you. I mean, do not get me wrong. I am not expecting to get rich quick. And I don't. I get about £35 every 2 months. And that's on a good time. So, to a large extent, I don't exactly get... I mean, it costs me more than that. So, when I say... yeah, but I still get pennies for that. I still get, you know, £1, you know? I think I get £1 or something for that. Hang on. See, this is where, while I hoard in a sense, I don't tend to keep random shit. Now, I have more should I die here and now, there is enough to keep an army of crafters going for a number of years, because technically I own 2 houses, and one of them has got a room entirely dedicated to yarn. This one has... well, I think every room's got something to do with crafting in it, except for maybe the downstairs toilet. Yeah, the downstairs toilet's good. It hasn't got anything in it. The kitchen does, in technicality, if you want to split hairs. So, every room in this house has got crafting shit in it. So, with that in mind, I am a overstuffer of house. And I am a messy cow and a lazy cow, hence I have Mount Crapmore. So to that point, if you went through Mount Crapmore, yes, you would feel the same. But it is one mountain. And it is in one room. It is not a house of. Now, I'm not going to say my old house is any better state than this one, because I'm a messy cow and I have too much shit. And when I left that house, I came to this house with pretty much the clothes on my back and bought new stuff because, well, moving it was a pain in the butt. And I think that's the thing, is that to the right people, you and I know that maybe this thing that you've got that looks really innocuous could be worth, I won't say a fortune, but would get in a chunk of money. I mean, for example, I've got a large number of lace bobbins. Now, if you flogged them all, you'd get probably £500. But to the wrong person, they're just little sticks of crap and you'd chuck them in the bin. My thread collection, same deal. It's just a bunch of shitty thread. No one would really want it. Chuck it in the bin. All the cones of stuff. So I have more of these than most people would know what to do with, because I do weaving. Well, you might give them away to a charity because, you know, some of them are still in their original packaging. So obviously they're unopened, they're new, they're all good. In fact, most of them come with just the little kind of paper kind of collar things, and so I've got probably 100 of them that I haven't touched. But who would you sell it to, right? My weaving loom cost me more than my car. But to most people, it's just firewood. As you know, I've got spinning wheels. I've got more than one weaving loom. I've got a number of weaving loom in this house alone. I've probably got if you take my loom and, I know, not a third of it off because I've had it a couple of years, just because, if you take that as a reasonable start and then you add that one, I've probably got about £10,000 worth of looms in this house. But people would, you know, if I died and someone got the clearing people around, they probably wouldn't think to charge more than £100 for the lot. And they'd be doing everyone a disservice. But like everything, if it's got a specialist buying community, you need to know where to go and find that, because, well, you know, it's like I've got a set of signature knitting needles. Now, anyone who knits will have heard of the signature lot and know that, you know, their knitting needles are like £30-40 per pair. They're made of, you know, plain grey titanium, you know, Vestal Virgin hand painted kind of, you know, they're not, but, you know, they might as well be for the price kind of deal, right? And I realise I got that wrong. So again, you know, you'd like to think you'd get a pretty penny for it, but I can also tell you, if you go to Amazon or whatever, the Knit Pro Zing knitting needles are almost exactly the same, and in fact I like them more than the really expensive ones, and they're only £30 a go. So if you don't know that these other ones are signature ones, you would assume they're the £30 ones. Well, they ain't. I mean, where did you come from? It was one of those things. It's, you know, so as you say, there is a bit of you that kind of almost wants to go, on my demise, should you find this letter, please do with the, you know, please either give it to the local guild, or please, you know, please do not just flog it for £100, because it's worth a lot more than that. You just have to give it to the right people, you know, or at least give it to someone who will actually use it, you know, and not some idiot who will want a spinning wheel to look quaint in the corner of their room. I want to actually go to someone who will use it, if you don't mind, you know, that kind of moment. So yeah, as you say, it is a consideration. I mean, obviously, I've insured my house and all of the things in its contents. So, but at the same time, when you die, your insurance company don't write to you and go, "Hey, you know that really expensive piece of crap that you've got in the house? Is there any chance we can take it and flog it now?" Haven't you? My old house has got about 11 spinning wheels in one of the bedrooms. But it's not here. Trying to think if I can dig to my spinning wheel. I think the answer to that is no. I think it's the other side of Mount Crackmore over there. I've got a spinning wheel somewhere. I've got a little electronic one somewhere. But have I never shown you a picture of my loom? I never showed you a picture of my loom. Hang on, let me find you a boomer version. Hang on, because taking you next door to show you would be near impossible. Hang on, there's going to be pictures of loom in here somewhere. Of course not. Of course you can't find the weaving loom. That'd be far too easy, wouldn't it? No, that's the little one. Go back. Hang on. Like everything, I'm fairly good at placing times to an extent. That's the old one. It's going to be after that blanket. That's when it fell over. That's somebody else's. It's after that. Oh, this was me prepping. So, my spinning wheel, not that this is the greatest picture in the world, there's a picture of my favourite spinning wheel. I love that spinning wheel. That's the corner of my craft room when you could see it. There's a loom in the way now. That's Dotty the dog. It's around here somewhere. There it is. There is a picture of my weaving loom. Now this is before I finished building it. It's in its basic format. It's now got an extra bit on the back. So if I scoot forward a bit, I'm pretty sure I've got... There it is. There it is. Although it's not properly set up, there is a picture of it. All put together, so it's got an extra bit on the back and more junk on the front, and I've got more junk to go on the front if I want it, but that back bit extends back out and it basically almost touches the wall, and that's where it's supposed to live, and in fact that's where it is. There is kind of squeeze room only at the back, because it's a draw loom and you need like 6 foot of runway. That's the only downside of this loom. I love this loom with all my heart. It is capable of many exciting things. And as you have seen, some of the many pretty things that I have made from it. Just as looking around. There was one round here somewhere. Oh, there's one. Here's one. So, for example, here's one of the things I made on it. It doesn't look overly exciting, but if you were to make this on a standard loom, you would need 48 shafts. And they don't make them like that. Unless they're electronic, and this is not electronic. Hence, this is the great and glorious thing that it is. So this is one of my tape. Well, it was supposed to be a tea towel, but it's too thick for that shit. I've got loads of them. Yeah, it is definitely a. It is a worry that should you die, your favourite loved crafting possessions would almost just get chucked in a bin because, well, no one in your universe gives a crap, because maybe a bit like my dad and his bally, you banged on about it too much and now they're pig sick of it, they're just being polite. So that wouldn't be too surprising, especially in my world. So hang on, 1, 2, 1, 2. We need 1, 2, 1, 2. This is the one where I mentioned that we do things like they're part of one piece. So this goes up, under, up, under, and then this one goes under, over, under, over. Yeah, that's right. Just checking. And then this goes over, under, over, under. This is the best way for me to do it. And this goes under, over, under, over, under, over. Like that. No, that's not right. It goes there. Right. So, that's done the first half of that. And you scooch right. Doesn't feel right somehow. But it is. She says looking, it is right. I can see that it's right. So we put you in the hole. Like that. And we tension you all up. Just stop wobbling! I'm stroking my bobbins. Now we do it again. So you go over, under, over, under. Now you're at the bottom. You go under, over, under, over. You go over, under, over, under. You can go under, over, under. That definitely doesn't feel right. No, it's right. It's right. It's good. It's good. It's good. We haven't screwed it up. It just feels like it. Because you're working with pairs, it often looks a bit weird. So then we need to do a couple of twists on the end of this. Because we need them to stay together. And make them look like they had their twists on. I probably could do 1,000 more twists in the middle to make it a bit thingier. But we're not doing that because, well, we're not doing that. You then get 2 twists and you come through here like this. And then you come through here like this. And now we do another little baby one here. And we tension it all up a bit because it's looking a bit scrappy. Like this. See that? It does look a little bit wrong at this point. But hopefully it will all sort itself out when we get to this, because there's like this single thread thing looking here. Like you should be part of it. Okay. Let's undo some of this then. Because this, maybe I got it wrong somehow. Maybe I got it wrong somehow. Yes, you are 1, 2. You're part of that, so you are... Oh, did I not go far enough with it? That might be it. So you are under that, over. You're under that, you're over that, under that, over that. Like that. See, that's wrong. There's definitely some wrong in all of that. Let's undo all of this, because this is not going to plan. I deviated from my brain cell and now my brain cell is not working. You are not supposed to be twisted. You shouldn't have a twist in the middle either. So let's undo you. You should not be twisted. And yet you've got a twist in the middle. So now you go under, over. And then we do like that. That's more like it. And then you scooch up there. You get the pin like that. Obviously got distracted somewhere and moved some. So there we go. That looks a bit better. And then we 1, 2, 1, 2, and then just because because it helps our brain cell. Well, this is true. I think all you can do is say that, in your opinion, to the right people, there is likely to be a level of interest in it. So, you know, for example, if you've got a load of knitting yarn, even if it's acrylic, charities would love it because they can make blankets to send people and, you know, make blankets for the homeless and all that kind of crap, right? So with that in mind, I do think that there are times that you can do... It's not necessarily sell this and expect to get X in return. But you can say that this has a value if you give it to the right people, even if it is more emotional value, for example. This doesn't feel right, so I'm still somewhere else, so I'm going to undo this. So that it's not a case of, you know, by the time this thing sells, you should have, you know, 40 grand in your pocket. That's kind of not how you know, it's a good idea to think about it, because like you say, one week it's all the rage, the next week it's the most hideous pile of crap you've ever seen in your life. And that's true with many things. For many people, item A could be the most glorious, loveliest thing in the history of the world. Pick this pin. This pin, which has some sparklies on it, is a fattish pin of not very long. I mean, it's pretty useful, but it's not worth £6, which is what I had to pay for it. Now, to the right person, these bobbins here could be worth a fortune. They might love them. They would pay decent money for it. I made them. They didn't cost a lot to make. But to the right person, they're beautiful. They're lovely. They want them, right? And if you said, well, I've got 100 of them, I'll give you £30. Well, it didn't cost me 30 quid. So a lot of things are subjective. To the right, you know, one man's trash is another one's prize, right? It is that kind of moment. Now, clearly, some things in life are not valuable. A packet of 6 black pants, hardly, or 5 because I'm wearing the other pair. But, you know, hardly value of the year. But again, sending them to a charity shop, sending them to people in need, they would love them. Your neighbour probably doesn't give 5 figs about it. It is difficult, but it's certainly, in my mind, it would be worth saying that when I paid for this, I paid a lot of money because it was new or because it was old and it was, you know, it's highly sought after because it's, you know, almost the, give it the, you know, if it's important because it was made by so-and-so. So a bit like violins. I can go down a shop and buy a cheap violin for, well, it used to be like 30 quid, but apparently it's a couple of hundred now. But let's say you paid 150 quid, 200 quid for a cheap violin, right? If you know nothing about violins and you've just found a violin, well, how do you know it's not the 150 quid cheapo Skylark violin, right? Violins of my year were either Yamaha or Skylark, right? And they were cheap as shit. You almost got them with your Christmas cracker. Well, in that case, you know, they're almost not worth the effort of bothering. But I've also got a violin that is made by Klotz, who was a famous German violinist maker person, and it's worth a few. Now, it's not worth a stink, but it's worth a few. So that one is worth a few. But how would you know if this is not your bag? So let's say instead of cheap metal ball bearings and beads on the bottom, these were silver. Well, then they'd be worth something because the weight of the silver is worth something, if nothing else. If these were ebony and not Sharpie coloured bits of wood, you could argue that, well, they're very Victorian in look, I grant you that, because I have a habit of liking things from that era. But, you know, it is the... If you don't know, people can make an assumption that... And they judge it by what they'd value it for. So if they're not into lace making, then none of my lace making stuff is worth a penny. This cushion is hard to come by and highly sought after to lace makers. To everyone else in the world, it's just an annoying piece of crap that's in the way. And should I have had children and they needed to come and clear out this house because I was demised, they would probably take one look at it and go, oh, not that again. And because she banged on about it and we hate it. So as you say, sometimes it is definitely worth a consideration of, oh, I know what's wrong with it. Oh, you fucking doofus. You know, I was saying what was wrong with this and wondering why it didn't look right. Well, it's because I'm a doofus. I am absolutely stupid. I should be put down level of stupid at that. No, I made them. I made them. There is video on YouTube because I archived these VODs to YouTube. There are videos because I spent a little while doing it because it didn't do it all in one go. They are lumps of hardwood stick that I bought that came at this length. So there's one end and the other end is just inside this bead. Obviously, there's a ball bearing on the end. They are made with 4 different kinds of beads. So bead 1, bead 2, bead 3, bead 4. And I do, we all like the beads at the end. You can't really see because of the light, but it's like a woven structure, which is quite nice. And I put ball bearings on the end for a bit of extra weight. The reason I like them, they're quite heavy. Natural bobbins are really light, and I'm not a light and delicate kind of girl. And so I like these because they're quite solid. I mean, if I pick up 2 of these, this weighs more than like 7 or 8 or even 10 of a normal bobbin, right? So these weigh, and that's a good thing because I like them to. Because that's the plan. So I'm going to undo this as well, haven't I? What a doofus. Anyway, but yeah, I made these with my own fair glue, and I did varnish them, and I didn't do a good enough job. Hence, if you look carefully on some of the bobbins, when I wind them up, should they go a bit scraggy, like this one, if you actually notice, if I push this thread up, it's kind of gone grey at the bottom. Because the colour's coming off, even though I did actually varnish them. So that shouldn't have been too much of an issue. But apparently I didn't varnish them enough. So that's a bit of a shame. But I can fix that another day. I can always add more varnish. So let's undo this because I am an idiot. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. I forgot to do something really kind of friggin' obvious. And if you were paying attention, you'd know what I forgot to do. If you remember what I did when I started this motif, I need to do the same at the end, and I didn't. And I can't tell whether threads are on top or underneath each other. It is partly a visual kind of impairment that I have with, but it's mainly almost an autistic thing. My brain doesn't process whether things, if I've got 2 identical coloured things, I can't tell if they're on top of each other or not. So, what did I forget to do? 1, 2. That's why they were splitting apart. Because I forgot to go 1, 2. And then 1, 2. And 1, 2. Which I did in the first place beforehand, but I forgot to do it afterwards. So let's try and tug you up a little bit. And we'll take you two and try and tug you up a little bit, like that. Right. Now we need to do this again. And now we do the thing. Like this. Now this goes in here. And now this looks more like one piece of thread, which was kind of the point. It's still a bit quirky. Sometimes you have to tug them a bit to get them to sit right. We'll tug you up because that's the easiest way to do that. And then we move on to you. Yoink. And we put you in there like that. Give you a bit of a tug, you a bit of a tug, you some tug. Yes, yoink. We'll work you down now, finally. This will now start looking less dipsy as I work down, because, well, no, that's the wrong hole, that hole. Now these will stay together, because, well, they will, because that's how all of this works. Because they've been twisted so many times, they will now stay together. No, I don't need to do that one yet. Yes, I do. That's you. Then we take you out the way for a minute, because now we need to do this side. Because we can't do the bottom one, because we need ones from this side. So, you are out of it. You are next. You need your twists. You're kind of out of it. You now need twists. And to do the dance with you. Yeah. Scoot. And we need a pin. We find the hell. And we do it again. Oops. And you do that. 1, 2, and then we can do you, because that ties you down and makes you look nice. You then come along to have, you got your twists, so you're good. Down here, like this. Out. You're too long and you're getting annoying. You're a bit shorter. Doink. Like that. Pin. Pin. Yes. That's very much exactly it. I don't care if this is worth £1 billion or 20 pence, or you wouldn't start a fire with it. To me, it's bloody useful, so I like it, I want it, it's mine, and you will prize it out of my cold dead hand. And same's true with a lot of my crafting stuff. I don't care that maybe you think these are the worst bobbins and you could never use them. That's fine. I'm not asking you to. They're mine. And so it is a neurodivergent thing, because, hello, neurospicy myself. But there is this kind of, and I think everyone has an element of that, even if they're not neurodivergent. But I don't know. What if my dad had made that? Because my dad used to be a carpenter. What if my dad had made that? To everybody else, it looks like a stick of hardwood, with, a bit of plywood in a shape with a bit of laser shit on it. Yeah. But what if my dad had made that, and that was the only thing in the world he'd ever made me? That thing would be my most prized possession. He didn't. He didn't make me any of the bloody wood stuff, miserable tosser. But it is that process. There are things that hold memories, remind you of things that you've enjoyed working on. Maybe you made someone you really cared for something with it. Therefore, it is attributed some of that care and love that you made, because, as a general rule, we crafters do actually put love, care, and a lot of curse words into making things for you. And even if it's, especially if it's not something we personally would like. So if you ask us to make something and we think it's going to be the most godforsaken ugly thing we've ever made, we still put love and swear words into it. And so whether it's worth money or not is irrelevant. It's worth money to us. And in Doctor Who, one of the early episodes with Clara, they go visiting a planet where you pay, and the items you pay with are not money, but it is the emotion you are tied to it that makes it valuable. And so I know that it doesn't have to be important. It doesn't have to look impressive. I mean, for example, this is not the most exciting bookmark in the history of the planet. It's a bit screwed up at the bottom because it needs a press, but there is a bookmark, right? In fact, I've got slightly, in my humble opinion, nicer bookmark. Hang on. It's got some stuff on it. It's managed to pick up an errant thread. But here is another bookmark, right? What if Granny had made that for you? I mean, it's not very exciting to look at, but what if Granny had made that for you? What if that's the last thing she ever made? What if that was Great Granny, or the Granny before that? Suddenly, it's full of history and heraldry, and it's still a tacky piece of shit made out of thread. But it's worth something to the person whose great-great-great-great-granny made that. It is... Things are not necessarily... I mean, they can be expensive because they're made out of expensive stuff. They can be expensive because lots of other people would want to buy it. And so, bidding war ensues, and they are... Potentially, you could get a lot of money for it. but its value is not necessarily its worth. And my dad taught me a lot about that when I was a kid, because my dad taught me that you can buy a £50 thing. £50 of a sandwich, a fucking expensive sandwich, especially if you're going to go nom 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 and you've eaten it. What a waste of 50 quid. If you're going to use something for hundreds of hours, even if it's £500, the amount it is worth, the value of it, if you think of it in terms of per hour, it's cost you next to nothing, because you will have so many hundreds of hours of usage out of it. It makes it cheap because you're going to use it so much. And when you attribute then the emotional, which of course no one can ever truly put a value on an emotion. I know lawyers try every day, but you can't really go, this emotion's worth £450, but this one's £700. It doesn't work that way. But you can, I know obviously, come certain court cases and all the rest of it, they do arguably have to attribute a elementary value. But if that little pink bookmark had been the last thing your great-great-great-great-granny had made, and it was the only thing your entire family had left of things she made, and let's say she made shit for the Queen, she was world renowned, it doesn't matter if no one has ever heard of her, if her name has been lost to history. But the fact that she made it and it was your family and you've got it, to your family, that thing's worth a fortune. It sums up so much about that person. And as you've said, right, your crafting shit is worth something to you. It doesn't matter whether I do your craft or not. Chances are I probably do. But it becomes that respecting of the value that they placed upon it. Now, my dad's minging vases. He loved those bloody things. So I did at least have them sold off in auction. Didn't raise much, but I had them sold. So other people who wanted them could have them. I did not want them. I did not a single one, because I thought they were fucking ugly. I do have some things. I do have one thing. It's upstairs in my bedroom, so you can't see it. It is a Tudor blanket box. And this thing is made out of actual wood. I'm talking, chunk of wood, around. It is made of thick stuff. And it has been in our family since the day it was bought. I love that thing. I sadly could not keep its friend, which it has known for nearly its entire life, which was a writing desk. I could not keep both. I did not have a house I could put both in, nor would I have a use for a writing desk. So I asked around the family that I could find, even the remotest, you attended Uncle Bill's wedding, I asked all of them. Nobody wanted the thing. They were all sad to see it go, but no one actually had any space to put it either. So we sold it. It didn't raise a lot of money. Even though technically it could have done. If they'd taken it on Antiques Roadshow or something, they probably would have gone, hey, it's worth thousands, darling. But that's not what we got for it. So, but I do have the blanket box, because even if I ended up sleeping in it, I was having the blanket box. I always wanted that blanket box. I had my eye on that blanket box. And of course, the fact it was my dad's and he was now deceased meant it is now my blanket box. So I was taking my blanket box. That was definitely a thing. And it did have a lot. I did put a lot of blankets in it. I did take a lot of my dad's blankets, because you can never have too many blankets, especially when you've got dogs. Disposable blankets. Oh, easily. I mean, you can barely lift this fucking thing. It's I mean, it's just a blanket box. I mean, it's got to be 4.5, maybe 5 feet long, 3 feet tall, 1.5 to 2 feet deep. It is a blanket box. But the lid is like this thick. You know, it's made out of, you know, if you could snap a leg off and whack a man with it, you kill him with just the leg, let alone if as you say, cartoon piano style-y, that thing would be a man killer. And I love it because, you know, it was in my grand's house, it was in my dad's house, it's been around, it was my great-grand's, it was before that, you know, everybody has had this pumpkin box that I remember. And so, to me, it's one of the few things that strongly tie me to my family that I don't have left, right? And I will be sad that when I go, I have no family to hand it down to, right? Because it means some random weirdo will get the blanket box, right? And it's probably some rich knob who will paint it or something hideous. Being the daughter of a carpenter, other than my mother's criminal activities in the kitchen, the next most criminal thing you can do in front of me is paint wood. Oh, I can't bear it. Do not be painting wood in my presence. Do not be proud of your painted wood either. I can't bring myself to be proud of your painted wood, because my dad would fucking get out of his little ash box and come and whack you with it. It almost was an allergy. It was. You have never seen someone so upset at anything than a man seeing painted wood. Mainly because the number of times he would get, oh, I bought this thing and I painted it, but I don't like it. Is there any chance you can strip it back to its natural wood and make it pretty again? Because the amount of actual effort to do that damages the wood so much. Because paint stripper and wood are not friends, right? So it damages the wood, it bleaches the wood, it can make the wood kind of go soft and weird. It depends on the wood, but it can also, it can almost half rot it. It can do horrible things to it. And so for him to have to do that, get it all the way back to actual wood, and then make it look pretty, and you do not varnish either. No. These hideous sin, the fact that I varnished these, my dad, I'm surprised he hasn't got out of his box and killed me during the night. One does not varnish, darling. One does not varnish. Oh no. No, one French polishes, but one does not varnish. I don't know all the differences. I never really paid that much attention. Sorry, Dad. I do know that there's a difference, and I do know that you spend hours looking at it, but I do not know fundamentally what French polish is made of. In fact, let's Google that and answer that question for here and now. Hang on. Okay. He didn't use rubber with it. So, in theory, we are told, in woodworking, French polish is a traditional high-gloss wood finish that involves applying many thin layers of a shellac dissolved in alcohol into a wooden surface using a special rubber pad called a rubber. Now, my dad always used paintbrushes and cloths. It is labour-intensive, but creates a technique that creates a deep and lustrous finish that enhances the wood's natural colour and grain, and is particularly well suited for fine furniture and musical instruments. There you go. And it is well known for its durability and heat resistance. There you go. So now we know. Now we know what my dad wanted. So basically, you put nail varnish on it, Dad. You put shellac, which most people associate with nail varnish these days. So we're now varnishing it. So it is a varnish then. No, it's plastic. We all know that. And in that, more to that point, then that's also a worry, because that would make it a plastic. Would it not? Shellac not plastic? What's shellac? I don't know. Ew! Ew! I didn't know that. Kind of gone off that. Okay, for those who did not know what shellac is, shellac or whatever you pronounce it, bearing in mind how many hours I assisted my father and ended up sniffing this shit, Shellac is a natural resin secreted by a female lac beetle in Southeast Asian forests. After the beetle's life cycle, the hardened nails and resin is harvested and cleaned and processed to create flakes that are then formed in dissolved in alcohol to form a liquid, or used in others various products like food glazes, nail polish and wood finishes. Dead beetles. That's what that stuff's made of. Lovely. I bet we'll feel better now. Oh, depending on who made your sewing machine, yeah, they are real deceptive buggers, they are. Because they look so innocent, this little tiny... I mean, because especially when they're not necessarily huge. I mean, we're not saying small. We're not kind of, miniaturized stuff here. But, it can look so deceptively small. And you need to be like the world's strongest man to move it off the table. Yeah, I've run into those. I used to have a metal singer. Yeah, I never realised it was made of beetle. I mean, I should have guessed from the name, because the word shell, after all. But 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I hadn't put 2 and 2 together to... I mean, I know that, like, cochineal's made of beetle. I knew that. So some of the old red food colouring was made out of beetle. I knew that. Again, can't say I'm overly delighted about it. I mean, I'm not... I need to stand clear. I eat meat very much. I eat turkey, sausages, bacon, the whole shebang. I eat fish, although I don't like anything with bones in it. But at the same time, I know that silk, they often kill the little maggot to get the silk. And I can't say that that seems entirely fair. But, okay, But then I also know that they breed cows so that I can have my burger. So, I'm under no illusion about that. And I do feel slightly sorry that, maybe a little bouncy cow in the field over there is going to be my burger tomorrow. But he wouldn't have been on this earth if he was not going to be my burger tomorrow, or he was going to be somebody's burger tomorrow. So the only reason he was created was so that he could be somebody's burger. So with that in mind, I have reluctant but enjoyment of my burger. And that I do feel sorry for them, but not enough that I'm not going to do it because, well, I really enjoy them. Especially as scientists have proved that vegetables scream, so let's not be too upstanding about that. That was a weird thing, but there are some things that you just don't associate beetle guts with, and high polished furniture is one of them. It never dawned on me that, well, I didn't know that French polish was shellac. Yeah, that's going to weigh a few then. I definitely can relate to that. My hand-powered singer was, weighed more than I did when I was a child, that's for sure. Yeah. I've now got a Bernina. And I can tell you now, that thing ain't light. I mean, it's hardly travelling quality. If I was to want, if someone wants to borrow it, they're going to have, they have to come and get it. Yeah. I should go to bed, really. It's it's nearly 12:30. I wanted to get to the bottom of this motif, which I think means we have made it. I think that is inch 12, which means we have kind of average out at 12 inches. So that's a good thing. funny you should say that. Part of my job for many, far too many, in fact, years at my current location of work was backup dude. And I carried tapes. And I had been told by my manager and our team lead that all tapes must be changed by the end of Monday. Well, at one point, there were 300 and something tapes to be changed. So I would take 300 tapes to the tape unit. I would collect 300 tapes out the tape unit, putting the 300 tapes that I'd taken in. And and occasionally, when it was month end, there were like even more. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna guess then I owe you one. Hang on, need to count. I'm not very good at talking and counting. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That seems odd. Because you... Oh no, you're not in the middle. That's alright. That's fine. And someone had seen me, because I needed to take 4 loads of cases from one part of where I worked to another, which is about a mile apart. And it was raining, so I plonked them in the back of my car. And they saw me lifting them and worked out they were not light. Now, they weren't light. I knew that, because I was lifting them, for fuck's sake. I knew that very well. Anyway, I'd heard rumour that this was coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd heard that this was coming, so I prepped for it. So I stopped by our shipping area, because we ship and stuff. And I got it weighed. Now, the reason I'm going to tell you how much it weighs before I tell you why it was such a problem. I did not normally put them in my car because generally that was deemed not really the done thing. Being autistic, I generally didn't not do the not done thing. But there were a couple of times when it was late at night and I am not making 6 trips with this shit. I'll stick it in my car, drive it down, job's given. So I did. They weighed 52 kilos. And the number of times I would get to where the tape unit was, which was on the first floor, and the lift would be out. I never even bothered with the lift after a while because they didn't put a no working sign on it. You'd press the button, nothing would happen, and you had to carry it upstairs anyway. So all you'd done now was stand around, got even sorer with backache from standing around with this stupid box, and so I had to carry it up the stairs. There was one rather spectacular occasion on which it had been raining a lot and I fell down the stairs with it. That really hurt because, of course, I suffered the most. But I carried those 52. I was forever carrying around those 52 things. And when the health and safety girl came to check it, she couldn't even lift it. And I kind of looked at her with one arm, just kind of... Because, of course, I was used to it. But yeah, as you say, weight is a surprising thing sometimes. So, let me take a photo. Hang on, take a photo, as we inevitably do. I can't see that. How does that look? Could be better, could be worse. Let's do a bit of cropping. Because that's not one of my better photos. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, Kimber, you've done it again. I didn't twist these ones enough. I'm not going back that far. So it's these ones here, the 3 here, that come into the top of this. I can't undo because I'd have to undo all of this side of the... I don't think I'm going back that far. But I definitely need to pay much more attention to that. I'm being sloppy. But yeah, as you say, hauling things around, I spent nearly 15 years hauling that 50 kilo box up and downstairs every Monday. And occasionally a few other days because things happened. The moment I didn't do it, oh, you can't expect someone else to do that. Well, I know, you expected me to do it. And no offence, the ones who were expected to do it now were male. Oh, they can't be possibly expected to do that. Well, hang on. So you expect a woman to do that, even though the weight lifting in health and safety terms is 8 kilos, by the way, for a single lift. But you expected me to do that. You expected me to drag it round site. You expected me to carry it up the stairs when the lift was out. Oh, no, we didn't. Well, you did, because I was told I would be fired if I'd not done it by the end of Monday. So if the lift wasn't working, what choice did I have? Because none of those people passing me on the stairs ever offered to help. Oh. And then they talked about getting a special vehicle in to drive them round site. They never did. Of course they didn't. Yeah. I know the lifting thing, but you do get used to lifting it, and it is quite surprising. I mean, the health and safety girl, she may have been the same height as me, but she had like the thickness of her body was like my little finger. She was seriously size 0 would have looked baggy on her. She was tiny. Of course she couldn't lift it. It weighed more than she did. Seriously, it weighed more than she did. The security guard that was kind of also part of health and safety had come along and was inspecting to see. When I lifted it easier, he looked at me and he picked it up and he looked at me again with that kind of, you made that look a lot easier, because he was the guy who I'm thinking of. I'm not going to name him, but the guy who I'm thinking of, if you think of a sergeant major, you have got a picture. If you think of the stereotypical sergeant major, this is what this guy was. Big chest, big strong dude, 6'6". He's a big man, and he's very commanding, and he's ex-military, but I don't know what rank he got to, but he is ex-military. But he is immaculately turned out. He is a lovely guy, and he is the nicest. But the fact that he was me, and I just kind of picked it up. In fact, I could pick up too and not really kind of wince. And he looked at me with that kind of, bitch, I didn't know you were that strong. And it's like, yeah, I got that strong lifting this shit. I had no choice. But the one problem I did have was that it had little round wheels. They were not much bigger than about this. And when you dragged it around site, as I said, it's about a mile from one end to the other, the little tiniest pebble would jar the wheel. Number of times that made my arm hurt. Oh, dear God. Because your arm would go to sleep being dragged permanently behind you because it's not used to being at that angle all the time. And then, of course, it would jar and say, yeah, I'm not going to say it didn't hurt, but the two wussbags who took over my job couldn't do it between them. Kind of made me laugh. because one of them was always telling stories about how he had done this gardening and he was lifting these sacks of concrete. And yeah, but you can't manage a box of tapes. Anyway, given that it is after 12:30 here, and I need to, well, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so that's a sore subject. But I don't have work in the morning. However, I have done a good stint. It's been 4.5 hours. I need to work out how much we've done today, because I don't know whether it's just an inch or it's nearly 2. Hang on. Where's yesterday's picture? Hang on. Look, that's gone back to me loom. Hang on. Sometimes I really hate iPhones because they make it really difficult. So let's see. Yesterday I was there, so I was just out past the 11th, and I was rapidly heading to 12, which is in the middle of here. So this one is the 12-inch marker. So yeah, we've done about an inch, but we're not on the inch, if that makes sense. But I definitely need to pay a lot more attention to the whole twisty thing, because technically there's a mistake there, and that's going to prey on my soul. I didn't twist them enough. But to undo this, I have to undo 3 pins worth of this, so that means all of these. Yeah. I wish it was more than I weigh. I could afford to lose that and not even notice. Well, I would notice, but you know what I mean. I wouldn't be ill if I lost that much. I really wouldn't. I am built for comfort. That's the good phrase. I mean, I don't look that big, but I am, if that makes sense. I am rather densely packed. But I am not a my 600 pounder. I need to put out there that I am definitely not that big. I think I worked out I must be about 300 pound. But I will check on that number. Hang on. I'll do a small calculation of my own. No, that's not the number I meant. Fuck off. I didn't mean that. There you go. Yeah, I'm about 300 pound or so. But I don't entirely look it, which is a blessing and a curse. But I definitely could afford to lose 52 kilos without. I don't measure in kilos either. I measure in stone, just to be really complicated. So, hence I have to work out how many pounds that is. But yeah, I could definitely afford to lose them. I'm not going to pretend that I don't. And I'm not going to pretend I didn't get them from eating either. I know that to be true. Because, well, until very recently, and I am talking mere months ago, if my diet had consisted of Mars bar and cake, I'd have been happy. I have a very sweet tooth. But I'm also affected in that I do not get sugar rushes or caffeine rushes. So I can drink the strong espresso, even though I absolutely hate it, because it's too bitter. And I could chew on a... Well, I certainly would be able to survive the winter months, that's for sure. I think that's a good way of putting it. I would certainly survive the winter months. When crops and everything is not doing the thing, because, you know, obviously most animals shag in spring. So, you know, come the winter months, and come the famine, I will not be the first to go. Come the zombie apocalypse, I'd like to, although this is not, I mean, no offence, this is the most pointless hobby in the history of the world. Nobody needs a lace maker. You might want one for your wedding veil, you might want one to decorate your dress, but no one needs lace. This is why I also do spinning, weaving, knitting, crochet, sewing and other things, because, well, people need that shit, and with the looms that I've got, they'll be coming to me, because I can make pretties. And of course I can make the things to to use them. So, you know, you've got sheep. I can make you a jumper. I know how to wash it. I know how to prep it. I know how to spin it. I know how to dye it. I can do all of those things. So, you know, come the zombie apocalypse, I am useful. I'm kind of hungry, but I'm useful. But I will have things to trade for food. So that's a good thing. Unfortunately, most hobbies are not quick hobbies, that's for sure. But I'm also capable of carpentry as well. So I'm very useful to have around. It is one of those weird things. So yes, come the zombie apocalypse and starvation or nuclear winters, I will not be the first to go. I am not going to outrun any, you know, if the vampires come, I can't outrun them because that's not a thing. But I do like enough garlic to kill them all with. And I'm pretty sure I've only got garlic rather than blood in my veins because I do consume a hideous amount of garlic because I like it. There was a lovely little video of a man collecting a harvest of garlic from his garden, and he had 2 armfuls, and someone kind of went, "Oh, I think that'd be a bit much garlic," and there was like a bunch of us going, "Really? Well, what is this too much garlic you speak of?" It's almost the, do you need me to bring the rest? I'll bring some more, shall I? You know, I am the kind of girl that when it says a clove of garlic, that means the whole bulb, right? That's my kind of level of garlic. I do enjoy a good garlic, so I think I'd be good from vampires. I will say that even as a kid, and even though my mother had never heard of the word garlic, clearly because, well, she didn't really do anything with her food, my dad and I went on holiday. It was one of the few holidays abroad I've ever had, and we went to Africa where malaria carrying mosquitoes are common, and we were sitting, but my dad and I are sitting there with a bunch of people that are doing a similar holiday to us, and one of them's kind of going male, female, 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 male. There were just literally, it was a cloud of mosquitoes, and they went, "You're weird." Well, yeah. "No, you're really weird." "Why?" Literally, there was like almost like a Star Trek force field round me, that there were no mosquitoes flying anywhere near me. And I went, "It's because they don't like me." "Well, why not?" "Oh no, they just don't like me. Mosquitoes don't bite me. I can stand in a cloud and I might get one. And then word gets around that I am the most disgusting thing in the history of the world, and that frankly anything would be better than biting me. So they don't do it. I mean, I survived the whole holiday not wearing any insect repellent and watching everyone else get eaten alive. Even though they were doing insect repellent and everything, they still took them over me. And my dad used to go back after I moved out of home, and he used to visit some friends he'd made down there. And one year I said to him, because he got bitten alive, they loved my dad. And I can tell you partly why, by the way, in case anyone cares. If you have a positive blood, they will like you. If you have a negative blood, they will less like you. Hello from the A positive, right? Sorry, the A negative. I'm A negative. My mother was AB negative. My dad is A positive. So they liked my dad a lot. And so one year I jokingly said to him, "You should eat more garlic." Now, there is an element of truth. The reason they do the joke about vampires and garlic is because there is an element of truth. Most blood-taking insects and animals are put off by the smell of garlic. Hence, there is a truth to the vampires and the garlic, because after all, if you think about it, mosquitoes and any blood-sucking insect, etc., is arguably a vampire. Just not humans that turn into bats, vampires, right? And no, vampires don't sparkle, right? We are not sparkly vampire people. But my dad thought I was joking. I said, no, you should try it. I don't like garlic. So he took the odourless garlic pills. So the ones you get in little capsules. He came back from his holiday, because obviously we didn't have contact with him while I was out there. And he went, you know you're onto something. And I went, of course I am. I'm not, I am many things, my dear father, but I'm not stupid. It is very true. I mean, it's, if you've got positive blood, they're still going to prefer you over me, right? But if you eat as much garlic as I do, and you are negative blood, it's going to be kind of a really, really daredevil, drunk dare that a mosquito will bite you. Because it's always made me laugh. Everywhere I've gone, my ex-husband, they bit the crap out of him. Anything. He'd go somewhere, places you wouldn't think he'd be bitten. I had a boyfriend once. We went for a walk late one night in the woods because we wanted to try and scare each other stupid, right? Because walking in the middle of the woods in the night. It probably does, but the positive blood is naturally more alluring to mosquito-y type things than negative blood. And I'm not saying it is a done deal, but by the time you've, maybe done a bit of that, done a bit of this, got a bit of that, maybe your blood sugar's not quite so great, or you've got, you're not kind of diabetic or something. So if you're diabetic and you have high blood sugar, yeah, you're probably, and you've got positive blood, avoid them like the plague, because you are going to be like, free pizza, right? If you are negative and you have normal to lower blood sugar, but not too low that you're wonky, you're probably never going to be bitten in your life, right? But I went walking out with this boyfriend, and we didn't even realise we'd gone near any water, because mosquitoes usually hang around water. He was bitten to shit. I have never seen a man covered. He was almost like red, totally head to toe. I didn't have a single one. And I was kind of, what the fuck's wrong with you? Oh, I've been bitten, as he's scratching away. And I'm like, looking round all my limbs, kind of going, I ain't got any. And you could see, I could feel the hatred. I live just over there. It is quite a large pond, lake thing. I don't know what definition of pond to lake is, but the fact that you need a boat to get to the middle makes it a lake, in my opinion, right? Now, you don't need a big boat and it's not a long journey, but you can't hop from side to side into the middle. So, huge pond, small lake, take your pick. There are dragonflies everywhere. I have seen mosquitoes. Not been bitten though, because, well, I'm me. It's almost like the alcoholic. Oh, that's the other thing. I think they like alcohol as well. So you've got to be careful with that. I don't drink. So, again, another thing in my favour. I am everything they don't like, right? I swear, if you put me in a room full of starving them, I might get 2 bites. Thank you, and it's been great talking to you. The fact that it's nearly it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning my time is, by the way. By the way, you may not see me tomorrow because I do stream early tomorrow, but I do stream this kind of time on a Saturday night. So if you're around Saturday night, I am here basically every week. So maybe I will catch you then. I don't normally stream this late because normally I'm at work, but I'm off sick at the moment. So I'm not sick as in dying of anything exciting. I have no major lurgies, but I am not at work due to sickness, and so I can be up late like this because I fucking want to, and it does make me feel a little better. And talking to people like you has helped. It does help me feel better about myself, which is something I dearly need right now. So I do thank you from the bottom of my heart. I may only have just met you, but I do thank you from the bottom of my heart because I've been a bit miserable. I am being a bit miserable at the moment, and having nice people to talk to really does help. And we've talked a lot of rubbish. That's always good. Talking a lot of rubbish is always a good thing. And so thank you very much. But I shall be back tomorrow about 7 o'clock my time. So that's 6 hours ago kind of thing. So in about 18 hours I should be back. Take care, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye bye.